Hello. Hello. Good morning. Good morning. Game time. Let us see here. Add edit. I have to manually turn on monetization when I that's what I figured out yesterday. I have to manually turn on monetization each time I stream, which is kind of annoying. There was no because there's some default settings. But it did not include monetize by default. So that's a new thing I've learned. Turn on, yes. Turn on, yes. And then I have to turn on auto ads too. That's kind of frustrating. I'm gonna have to put a word in. I have to put a word in about that. I have to talk to my guy. Okay, I think I've got my chatties set up. So today, I was just going to be doing some more ECS refactors. That's what I was doing last night a little bit here. But I realized that... What did I realize? I don't know what I realized. What am I trying to say? I realized that I could do like a whole archetype system, which is basically, how do I explain it? Like, Gemini helped me realize this, so shout out to Gemini. But it's like I was looking up because what I was working on last night was creating a pooled for each, where I could do so that way I could do nested entity queries, for each loops process in my processors. And I need to do that for the targeting processor, where it's for each entity I need to check each other entity, you know. So I realize that there's a lot of extra work happening just to get the pools every frame for every processor. So in prompting about that, I realized we no longer need that subsystem. But I realized that most systems just they cache archetype entity data combinations, and then they just return the arrays directly, and that's a lot more efficient than having to do these map lookups for the entity data pools. So what I'm going to be working on today is changing from the entity data pool approach to doing an archetype approach. And I'm midway through this refactor. So here's what I was doing last night right here. This is now completely invalid now. Because now I just think I think the for each is just going to get the arrays. Yeah, arrays. So it actually made the for each a lot simpler, but it's things that happen outside the for each are now more complicated. Adding and removing entity data, I need to actually manage what entities it's getting added to. And so that requires a lot more. That requires a lot more. Hello, bro. Hey, welcome in. Good morning. Guten Morgen. Now, am I getting T arrays for this? What type am I actually getting? Oh, it's component array, right? It's a typed component array, T component array. Yeah. Okay, so we'll need to, I need to change like fucking everything now. Everything needs to change. I'm refactoring once again. I kind of missed the troll. Oh, I'm sure he'll stop by again. Don't you worry. He's, trying and failing at his villain arc, I think. Okay. So now I need to, because what made me realize it, I was like, why are we doing this get required entity data? Because I feel like we shouldn't need to. Because the for each is defining it, basically. So it's like, why do I need to define it twice? And that's kind of what led me to down this path. It was a long process, but I figured out what I needed to do. So we're gonna be trying to get that ironed out today. What are you developing, by the way? This is a video game. So I'm specifically working on the ECS system for my video game, which is an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite game. I'm trying to run the entire world. So I need thousands and thousands and thousands of NPCs. And this ECS system has helped me do that. It has helped me do that. I used to, like, I did it very naively before, so now I'm going back through and, like, doing it, like, the big boy way, you know? I'm doing it the actual way that you're supposed to. And I just wanted to make my own because why? I think ultimately for understanding and flexibility, I think are the main two reasons. Unreal Engine has a built-in ECS called Mass. And I initially started with that, but I found it like so fucking hard to work with. And a lot of that was probably just because one, a complete lack of documentation for it, and two, I just didn't really understand about ECS systems very well. But regardless, it did nothing of what I needed out of the box. And I was like, okay, there he is. There he is. Now the player X is not a part of the ECS system, so yeah, you're not gonna see that here. Okay, just tell me where it hurts. Tell me where it hurts. Now, X, you left yesterday, right when I started coding. Why is that? Do you have any comments on that? You desperately wanted to see me write code, and you left right as I started. Did something happen? Are you all right? I'm worried about you. Okay, what are we doing here? Remove at swap. Yeah, the B allows shrinking. Yeah. Okay, so that's deprecated. We don't like that. We don't like that. But I release your home address. Why would you do that? Why would you want to do that? I think you're probably the only one who would want to do anything with that, because everyone else has been very nice. What are we saying here? What are we saying here? I am not an L6 engineer. don't. I am L4, so you don't need to glaze me that hard. Okay, oh yeah, that's gonna be completely broken now. I might just comment all this out for now, just to see if we can get this to build. And then this needs to change to, let's just call it transforms, combats. I got caps lock on. Okay, so 4 entities. I guess I just need to 4i through this, right? L4, what's that position? L6 is like principal engineer. Like that's very hard to get. L5 is senior, L4 is just normal. L4 is just normal engineer. L3 is like intern or something. And so like most people are L4. That's like the most common one. Yeah, so I think we're just 4-eyeing now. Okay, so I have to, why? Okay, there we go. There we go. I was gonna say, I have to manually write a for loop like a fucking plebeian here, man. What is this, like a fucking text editor now? So entity system, ability systems, what's your deal? What's your problem? Oh, do you not have an accessor? You don't have oh, get as instance. Okay. Get as instance. And you return, oh, you get it. You return a fucking instance struct. Wait, why is that? Can I just, let me add an accessor operator. Let's do that. F component array base. Is there one already? Get as instance add. Copy from. And I think I can, this can just live on the, yeah, this should just live on the typed. Okay, so let's do return T. I think I'll need to do multiple of these. And then operator. Isn't that how it works? Isn't that how it works? Yeah, yeah. Int 32 I return data I. There we go. And then I guess I'll need to do a const version as well. Okay, so now we can just use the accessor now. I think that's what that's called, right? Even felt or L4 is crazy. It's Google. Yeah, it is. I don't know. It's like surprisingly mundane for how, like, the work I do is actually surprisingly mundane and uninteresting for like how much notoriety the company carries, but like at the same time it's surprisingly stressful. Like for how mundane. Like, I'm not doing anything that's like crazy complicated. Like, the only crazy complicated things that I feel like I do is just like having to work at the scale of Google, and like working within Google's infrastructure is like a fucking massive pain in the ass, because like it's just like everything is so much slower to do because of the scale and because of like all the requirements that you need to do with like accessibility and internationalization and like security and privacy. Like, there's very high standards for that kind of thing, and it just makes everything take forever. But the actual work is actually not that complicated until you get to like the business logic type things, and I guess that it gets a little complicated there. Turns out ads are actually really fucking complicated. What does it take to become L6? 15 years of experience? There's no like years of experience requirement. It's more so about what you do. And I think the L6, like, the bar for that is basically like, you need to be setting the technical direction for like an entire organization within Google. And so it's very hard to get there, right? L5 is senior, and so you just need to have like some influence outside of your own team. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. I just turned on sub. I just figured out how to turn on sub alerts for YouTube, so that's gonna happen today. We'll see how that goes. Oh my god, there's another one. Thank you. There might be too many. I might have to at least turn off the sound for that. We'll see. Oh no, that was a follow on Twitch. Thank you, Cool Hearts. Welcome in. Yeah, for senior, that's senior, like, I'll probably go for that promotion at some point, but are you using Gemini on your work there? Yeah, I mean, they do want us to. We have our own like internal like IDE and stuff like that that has it all like baked in. It's not as useful. So someone could spend 20 years at L5. Someone could spend 20 years at L4. Like, L4 is like the standard. And so it's like you have to like do extra to get L5. But it's, you don't need to like change an entire organization to do so. I think the key factor my manager has always told me is just like, you need to have influence outside of your team. Like, you need to like somehow, I don't know, like make some sort of improvement that extends to other teams or something like that. So I'm working on it. I'm working on it. But it turns out, you know, there's not a whole lot of opportunities for that aren't saturated by other people trying to get those opportunities as well. Dark Snipers, thank you for the sub, my dude. Welcome in. Welcome in. Okay, so that looks... Okay, so let's rebuild that. So we don't like the four... What was that? The 4 each? Was that in the 4 each? Where are we at here? Get entity data. Component array. Types. Yeah, that's just... We could probably just use the accessor here, although it's a pointer, so... Is data private? Is that what it's complaining about? That might be private. We'll see. I'm gonna wait for this to finish. Remove it. So okay, yeah, we can E allow shrinking. What is it? What is it fucking called? Can I go to the overridden version, please? Oh, this one. Okay, gotcha. Is your day job game dev as well? No, just software dev. Do you make games code and do you play Roblox? I do one of those things. I'll leave the an exercise to the interested viewer to figure out which one I do. And I am working on a video game right now. If that tells you anything. Okay, let's figure out these errors here. The remove at swap I think is just a warning, so I think we're probably fine there. That's not going to stop compilation. Simple instantiation context, the old one first. Blah, blah, blah. Get entity data. Being compiled with T equals F entity avatar data entity subsystem. What are you mad at? Most importantly, do you play Roblox? Welcome in, Hasty. What's the deal here? Get component array. I mean, if this is gonna get a pointer, oh, it does find checked. Okay, let me see if that allow shrinking change cleaned up the error messages a little bit there. Yes. Update that. No. Okay, let's rebuild. I'd like to think that that's like the first question the younger generation asks another when they meet someone for the first time. Like, hi, my name is Timmy. Do you play Roblox? Roblox or Minecraft? Okay, so far so good. I think we're still gonna get some templating issues here. And then I think the for each is probably broken in a lot of these, so I think it's gonna get upset here. I think that maybe that's what it's complaining about, because these are now accepting arrays. These are all going to be arrays. Is the software you work on well known? Probably not outside advertising companies. If you work at an advertising company that works with Google Ads, you probably touched some software that I've worked on. But no, to the lay person, no, you probably don't know. T-array, yeah, okay, so yeah, it is complaining. It's complaining about all my for eaches that I now need to go through and change. Okay. Where's the where target processor? It is const T array of entities. Okay, I'm gonna copy that one because that's gonna be in every single one. Entities and then T component array. Okay, let's do this. And then I'm just gonna, we're gonna copy all this and plop it in that lambda. It's gonna be disgusting, but it means I don't have to update a second function every time. Yeah, it didn't like that, did it? No, it did not. Well, I gotta extract all the variables and stuff now too. Okay, so I have to. Okay, hang on. This is gonna be a pain. Look how fucking long this is. Okay, goddamn it. For I, for int 32, I equals 0. Yes, give me that. My entity, yes, can you give me, yes, good. Yeah, that's gonna be weird because the name is the same. There we go. Getting better and closer to what you want day by day. I feel and wish good for you. Thanks, Greg. And the same unto you. Not used Google Ads yet, but do plan on it once I go live with my Shopify. Yeah, good luck. It's a pretty big ecosystem. Even I don't know. Even I don't know all the tools within Google Ads. Okay, so that one looks good. Move to processor. You now need to change. And this is const t array. Ref. Welcome in. Thank you for the sub, my dude. I don't know, do people want their YouTube subs up on screen? I feel like, because there is like a private sub mode where like I can't, you know, it won't show up as an alert, but I don't know if many people know about that. On Twitch, it's like kind of part of the culture, you know? So it's like, I feel like it's expected in the Twitch ecosystem. Okay, so name all these datas. Which is not grammatically correct, is it? No, it's not. Nice, good. Okay, so that's 2 processors down. Spawner, I think you're probably fine. Archetype, you're fine. Target processor, I already did you. You can go. Thank you for coming. Okay, let's look at the other ones here. Oh dear, that was not right. Yeah, now I have to do the for loop in each of these, which is slightly annoying, but it allows more power, more energy. Why are you mad? Oh yeah, because you're not T component array. Yes. Okay. I think it's good for you as a creator to keep the sub notification. Might incentivize others to sub. Yeah, I think that's probably the main reason most people like. That's the reason people do it, I think. But I think it's also kind of nice to kind of be like, shout out the support, you know. Nice to be able to thank people. I did that because the super chats, were not, there was nothing for that, and I felt bad. We had some super chatters, a few of them now. So I went through and like set up a bunch of new alerts this morning. We'll see how those go. Shit. Okay, hang on. Undo that. Okay. 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 Oh god, dude, the autocomplete AI is like the greatest part of of the new AI innovations. Like, you know, I could live without vibe prompting or vibe coding. I could, you know, miss me with that shit. But don't take away my AI autocompletes. I will. My little fingies can't take it anymore. What are we building today? Just more refactors. I'm building in archetypes into the existing ECS system that I have been refactoring for the past week here. So what that means is that, like, now I can just for loop directly over data instead of needing to, like, fetch data pools and stuff like that. I guess I don't care about entities there. What did I miss here? And so this will hopefully be more efficient. This should be II. What happened here? I hate this. So I don't think that should have that, and I think I need one more. No, I missed it. There we go. That's the juice. Okay. That's the juice. Okay. There's so much shit here I just need to clean up. Move to I just did that one. Moving tag processor isn't even a processor anymore, so we can ignore that. The component array, which I might rename because I don't like that name. During salary negotiations for SDE, is it okay to ask for more take-home pay and lesser RSU? I think you'll just have to find out what's normal for that particular company. I know that, like, Netflix is very flexible in that regard, and you can just go all cash at Netflix, which is kind of crazy. So they have, like, an interesting kind of different one. But, like, there is usually most of these companies are modeled, like they have models that they run for your salary. And so you're kind of stuck with whatever that model spits out. You can negotiate within, like, the band that that model gives you, or gives them, rather. That needs to be const. Yes. So you'll have to figure that out. And you can use, like, blind.com. There's, like, a bunch of blind and .com and then, like, levels.fyi. That has, like, a bunch of salary information for those companies. Hello, new subscribe. Thank you. Is that C++ code? It is. It is. Yes, it's C++ because of the .cpp files. Yes. That's about cloud computing. I'm here after some deep research, and now I'm more confused. Okay, oh boy, okay. Well, that's the first part of researching. You have to understand what you don't understand. That's step one. It sounds like you're understanding that you don't understand. Use a lot of constref in your code. Yes, constref is very important. Very important. Passing by reference rather than value is efficient. And the constant is important for catching accidental errors and conveying intent. Like, the intention is you should not modify this thing. Please do not do that. Bad things will happen if you do that, right? You want to let the reader know what is the intent of this variable. It looks like JetBrains IDE. It is. It's writer, which is, like, specific to. Okay, thank you for. He's just tried to document my code for me. No, we don't do that here. We don't do that here. Are we done? Are we done? Compile. How many programming languages do you know or using with your projects? I don't really know that that's like, I mean, I've worked with a lot of different ones. I'll just say that, like, I've worked with a lot of different ones. You know, how much do you require for me to say that I know a programming language, right? Like, I've worked with a lot of them. I've used Python like a little bit, like every job has like some Python scripts that you need to edit, right? Do I know Python? Not very well, because I don't really, I built like an API with it before for a side project, but that was like fucking 8 years ago or some shit. So it's like, do I know Python? I don't know. Kinda. And once you've learned a couple programming languages, it's just kind of a tool in the box. It's not really like you just kind of pick it up, you know? You can still override const with constcast. Ah, yes, the forbidden technique. I do use that in some places. When it's like nested, what is this? When it's like nested consts things. You know, there's some places where you want to override that. What is this? T component array. Is it it's a pointer? What? Where's that at? Once you've learned a couple languages, you quickly realize that Python is not the one you want to use. I mean, I get why people like it, but yeah, some of the syntax is I don't want white space based syntax. That's the indentation is so hard to follow for me comparatively. Give me brackets, please. Braces. What's a programming language here? Building a game. Yes, C++. We're building a game. I am working on an ECS system right now. Refactoring. Okay, so we don't like the templated for each. Why don't we like... What's the deal? T component array. Yes. Apply after deref and invoke arrays. Dude, this templated code is disgusting to look at. The variadic templates with like the unpacks and shit. I want to change that to, that should be, so we're gonna get data type by ID, get type ID, T. How many of those do I have? Okay, I think I see why. Oh, that's with a struct. Okay. Get type ID. Okay. Go back to that. Yes. Type to remove. Okay. Get component types. We return a data type ID. If we don't contain that, we return. Cool. New. Wait, I'm not even. That's not the right fucking thing. Okay, I was like, what? That didn't make sense. Yeah. Okay. So get the. We're instantiating a query with an array of data type IDs. Take me to the constructor for that. Yes, an array of data type IDs. I think that's fine so far. Matching archetypes. We get the query. Find archetypes for query. Python is totally valid use cases. I just don't like the syntax, and I generally don't care for interpreted languages. Yeah, I don't like the syntax of Python either. And like the elif and the ternaries and stuff like that. Ugh. Hello, brother. Been watching your videos. You're a mate. Thank you. I've been dreaming for 3 years to create an AI futures crypto trading bot. 88 bots I've structured ready. Could you help me complete it? No, that's all on you, man. That's your project. You can do it. I believe in you. Make me a crypto trading bot, TY. I'll pick you up in one hand, boy. Booty Hunter. Welcome in, Booty Hunter. Welcome, everyone welcome in Booty Hunter. Okay, find archetypes for query. What do I get here? Matching archetypes. I mean, there's no issue here, so I'm just going to assume that's correct. For each archetype, we're getting the component array, which is templated, find checked. Now we're getting the data type ID again. that we already have. Sure, fine, I guess. Gather arrays. This is like a really weird for loop. The const array. Can I convert argument 1 from... Wait. Oh, did I mess it up somewhere? Did I forget one? Cannot convert argument 1 from F. I'm archetype get entity. I don't... Yeah, that's not correct. Oh, this is doing the loop for me. I didn't realize that. Okay. So I just want this. And then I guess just num entities actually instead of entities. What coding languages are suitable for gaming? Pick an engine, not a programming language. That will tell you what programming language you need to know. Okay, so this was kind of doing the loop for me. Okay, but I want to change that because I want the loop. I need the loop to not be here. Okay, so we're going to get rid of the loop actually. And I guess we're just going to pass get num entities for this archetype. Wait, what did you... Oh yeah, I overrode the function there. Okay. Okay, so now I need to go back through and do int32 num entities for all excuse me, for all of these. Okay, and the thing here actually, I can get num entities, but can I get entities? I probably need to... we'll return the entities here. Entity to index map. Let's just change that to... Is this the only place we're using that? I think so. So let's just change that to get entities. T-array f my entity. Const ref. So we don't copy it. That will be an expensive copy. Yes, it will. Yes, sir, indeed. Okay, so now we're going to return that. And then everything's going to work nicely. Change that back. Okay, now are we good? Are you using the default JetBrains Writer code color theme? I don't think so. I think the default theme makes it look like Visual Studio, and I hate that color. Very assaulting. Very assaulting on my eyes. Oh, it's giving me component array pointers. So deref. Deref those bitches. Component arrays. Are you actually pointers? Get component array. You are a pointer. Okay. Now what are you mad at? I'm getting entities. What do you mean? What do you mean? Which one is this? Aha! Aha! I missed one. There we go. Tried? I'm struggling. What are you struggling with? Picking an engine? Now what? Well, now what are you saying? Now what are you saying to me? I think this color theme is Darkula. Darkula. Theme dark. Theme is dark. Editor color scheme Darkula. The OGs know. The OGs know. Can I contact you? You can chat right now. How can I help you, bro, with Python? Are you talking to me? I don't need help with Python. Does real life ever make use of programming algorithms? Just wondering, does game development use any algorithms like BFS or DFS for ray tracings or something else? Oh yeah, I mean all the time. Like, you'll use more of that algorithm knowledge in game development than you will at 90% of software engineering jobs. I use I guess I use a depth first search on, it's like, it's not like intentional. It's just like, that's how it's done. But like my building system, there's a support concept. Thank you for the sub, my dude. Welcome in. But there's a support concept where it's like, you can't just build walls that dangle off the edge and have no support underneath them forever, right? But you can build like up to one. And so I did write a depth first search to like get all the connected buildings to check for support, right? So you can do stuff like that. And then you know, there's a bunch of different algorithms. Some I just kind of come up with on my own, like the one for the voxel storage system. I did like a walking, I call it like a walking voxel algorithm. It's not like anything super special or anything, but yeah, you'll do a lot more in game dev than elsewhere. Okay, so do I not want to unpack here to give it access to each of the arrays? Is that what I'm seeing? Missing a semicolon, bro? No, you. I am, this is Unreal Engine. I am building my own ECS system. It must be expanded in this context. How do I get it to pass? Let me look at my old way. Show me the diff here. Let me look at the old way I was calling this with the, show me the for each pool. What the hell was I doing there? Ah, shit. I deleted that. Oh, fuck. Okay, never mind. Not there. I am building an AI crypto trading bot. Yes, you did mention that before. God, this syntax is gross. Gross. So it has to be unpacked here. Component arrays is a tuple. Oh dear, what happened here? Oh yeah. That's just from the before build, from the before times. In Python, yeah. I think you did mention Python as well. Yes. Okay, so I want the for loops to. Oh, this is completely fucking wrong. I didn't do this one. I missed this one. E component array. I think probably this one should just go in the above. Come on, you know what to do. You know what to do. There you go. I knew you knew it. I knew you knew. Oh god, what is this now? Okay, let's see. T-array if my entity cannot convert argument 2 from T component array F avatar entity data to the ref. So wait, is it giving copies here? Well, it should be an array. So if I deref the array, am I passing a copy on accident somewhere? Ah, I did T-array here, which is not correct. There we go. Somebody, thank you for the sub, somebody. Somebody once told me. I just got described. Hell yeah, dude. Thank you. Const ref that bitch. Yeah, that's right. Used car salesman slaps roof of const ref. This bad boy can convey so much intent. Okay, so now it's just telling me everywhere that I fucked up. Basically. Yeah, I didn't do this one either. Why did I think that I did all of them? Because I didn't at all. What am I doing here? We just need transform data. Shit, so sorry. Accidentally hit that button. Wait, why are you mad? F transform. Oh, into what is F transform data? Oh, that's like an actual thing. Okay, not bad. All right. Are we good? Once I get this compiled, I'll show the game off a little bit for y'all. Oh my god, we finally did it. Holy shit. We fucking did it. I got a fresh coffee here and I forgot about it. It's a good day. A good day. Who's got tomorrow off? Who else has tomorrow off? I guess those just in the US, that is. In the US, we have a day called Labor Day. And we get it, we don't have to go to work. And it's just, I don't know why. Honestly, I don't know why. I don't know why it's a holiday. I forget why. But it's nice. A lot of people go to the lake on Labor Day because it's like the last kind of warm period of the year. I, however, do not go to the lake. I'm just going to be doing game dev. Okay, so we are building. We are building. Almost there. Come on, you can do it. I wonder how poorly the ECS system is going to work. I'm going to show the game off here, though. So, let me see. Yes, I know validation failed. It always does. It always does. Okay, so here's the world. So I am working on an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural destructible terrain and AI-generated quests. So here is just some procedural terrain. This is a random seed that's being generated right here. So we're just generating like a small section of the world. Has anybody already asked about mass? Do we really need a third ECS system in Unreal? Well, I'm not like putting this into Unreal. I'm making it for myself. And what's the second one? I know of mass. Have you tried to use mass? It's really hard to work with. Kind of a pain, to be honest with you. Okay, here's the world. Here is the world map. Randomly generated for the seed. Like the black is like all ocean. Each of these different colors is a different zone or biome. And so if you look here, like each pixel on here is a terrain chunk. If I click here, there's one terrain chunk. So 1, 2, 3, 4. We're doing a radius of 4 pixels on this map. So it's a very small radius that we're generating right now. And you can kind of see, if I maybe even zoom out here, see which direction is this in. Okay, so I think this is, yeah, it's this direction. So if you look over here, you can see these mountains. These mountains line up with the edges of the zone. Right, there's this little white dot here. That is a break in the mountains. So you can actually see how the mountain begins and ends there. That's how you like get from zone to zone. And so to like get into this cyan zone, if you were in like this blue zone, like there's not a direct entrance there. You go from here, you can go up here. I guess you'd have to go, there might not be a way in. And that's just kind of like on you as a player to figure out how to get in. And like you can build, I could probably actually just walk up from this little bit of noise here. Imagine making $1 every 60 seconds. That's my dream. I'll be honest, that's kind of a shallow dream. It's kind of a shallow dream. Money isn't everything. But yeah, you can see the different zones. There's like my meadows biome over there. Got some hemp. How about under the underground tunnels to get into the zone? Yes. Yes, exactly. I don't know if there are any here. Looks like there's none that poke through. In some seeds there are, so let's try a new seed. 631. Thank you for the sub, my dude. Jerome, welcome in. We're using mass. The only real pain might be the fact that it's world subsystem, not the GI one or something in between. I'm not sure what you mean by the GI one. But I haven't checked if I can easily move it to be as one you need. Yeah, curious what you guys are using it for. Because it had none of what I needed built in. And so I was going to have to basically write all my own logic anyway. And then I had a really hard time getting it to run on the background threads. Like it could run asynchronously, but it always blocked the game thread from completing. And the whole like traits and components, it was traits and fragments. Like it was so incredibly confusing as to which ones you need. And like if it didn't explicitly tell me in the documentation, like which combos I needed, like the interface would have been really difficult to figure out. And I even had some conflicts with some traits and stuff where it's like I couldn't use certain traits because like another trait already included one that it wasn't, that was like exclusive or something like that. And it was just a pain. It was just a pain in the ass. And the documentation wasn't the most helpful. Now I know they've worked on it since I've last tried it, so it's probably better. But yeah, it was just so hard to work with. And it's like now I built my own and it's like really flexible and I can do whatever I want with it, right? I can kick things off to the background thread if and when I choose, right? So that's like the main part. And like I just understand it better. I won't act like it's not doesn't have any level of complexity, but like looking at the mass code is like there's so many fucking classes. Like it's insane. Like there's so much abstraction and indirection. Oh, there we go. So much abstraction and indirection that it just makes it really hard to figure out. Currently, we're using it to calculate all the shooting-related mechanics. Okay, so you're not using it for like actual NPCs or anything. So much easier to use in CPP. I mean, that's what I was doing. That's what I was doing. Yeah, this is a nice zone, though. This is a nice zone. We are in Starfall Basin is where we're in now. And so you can see the border mountains here, but then it just kind of morphs into this giant blob of noise. Then you can see the other zone over here. And so here is like a cave that would go from zone to zone, although this one's probably not walkable. That's why I added ENTT back in the days just for the fun of it, not yet for NPCs. Yeah, like the thing, it seemed like if you needed traffic or if you needed crowds, you know, great, because that's built into mass, works really well out of the box. I don't need either of those things. I need arbitrary logic, and you know, I need the state trees to run entirely on the background thread, which they don't by default. Had to write my own state tree processor for that. I just want more control. I guess that's really what it's about. So yeah, let me talk about the game a little bit. So yeah, I said RPG Colony Sim Roguelite. And so what that means for me, what am I playing? It's a game I'm working on. It's a game I'm working on. RPG Colony Sim Roguelite. What that means for me is something like Vanilla WoW in terms of like class design and like lots of abilities to choose from, talent trees. Here's my like proof of concept talent trees. And combat will be similar, so slightly tab target, although I want it to be a little bit more interactive than that. And then it'll be a colony sim, something like RimWorld, which is one of my all-time favorite games. A really in-depth colony sims, almost kind of, it's not like Dwarf Fortress, but it's kind of like inspired by Dwarf Fortress, where there's like a lot of depth to it. It's kind of a smaller scale colony sim. You can have large colonies, but like it starts small, and like your individual colonists that you recruit, they have like these random like traits and personalities, and they have skill levels for different things, and there's just like all these kind of random events that happen in RimWorld, like your base gets raided and all this stuff. There are different factions, and it's like I said, it's my all-time favorite game. It's really fun. So I want to do that, but I want to combine it with an RPG, because I've always wanted to be down in the world alongside my colonists, like experiencing what they're experiencing. So that's what I am trying to work on here. And then I want it to be a roguelite as well, because I think roguelites are really fun. And I also want to experiment with like a long form roguelite, because most are like, the runs are like 30 minutes to an hour long, right? And then you kind of reset. But when I was playing hardcore WoW, I kind of realized, oh, this is just a long form roguelite. Why don't you have collision? Because you start over at level 1 after you die, and you've spent like dozens and dozens of hours on your character. I don't want to. I'm gonna fall if I try and hit this thing. Oh my god. There we go. And so I want to experiment with that. And so I'm thinking like, you'll go through the world, you'll level up every few levels. I think that I will, give you like 3 different abilities to choose from. And hopefully there are enough abilities, unique to your class, of course. You pick your class first, the world gets generated for you. As you level up, you'll get like 3 different abilities to choose from. You'll start creating a build, right? The talents will be static though. Talents will be static. So you'll have to pick like, that'll allow you to kind of like refine, like make a good build, right? So you'll pick talents that are good for the abilities that you've chosen. And so hopefully each run will be different in terms of the build that you've gotten. Now, when you die, you start over at level 1, but everything in the world is still the same as you left it, right? Including your colony, if any. If any. And what that means is like, I think I'll probably do like a small time skip when you die, like a static time skip. And so when you come back, a little bit of time will have gone by. Maybe your base got raided while you were gone. So you'll want to make sure that it's set up really well for defense and stuff. And if, they might be dead. It might all be gone when you come back. Depends, kind of depends. And if it's still there, like maybe you had like a really good blacksmith colonist that you found your last run, who can make you, really good gear at level 1 that you wouldn't have had last run. So there's a little bit of meta progression there. Turning Studios, thank you for the follow. Nice Fortnite game engine, bro. And Matthew, thank you for the follow, or the sub as well. Appreciate that. So that's going to be kind of the flow of the game. And, all your colonists have different skills. There's going to be mining, tree chopping, like harvesting, planting, foraging. There'll be some social skills. I have like all this like building system, so you'll build like houses and stuff for your guys. They'll have moods and needs. Why is my building collision is a little weird? So for the building, like you actually have to like apply the wood and then spend time building it. Now it's super fast right now. It'll be a lot slower, and it'll be based off your construction skill. And so you'll want to like have your colonists like haul. You'll set up the blueprints basically, and then your colonists can haul the wood there, and then they can spend the time constructing. And if they suck at construction, maybe they botch it and you lose some resources or something like that, And they'll need to repair it. It'll take damage if you get raided and stuff like that. So lots of like colony sim interactions there. And so like there's also going to be like colony storage. And so this is the walking voxel algorithm that I wrote, and I had to write this. We'll see if I can kind of show why it's necessary. Oh no, it doesn't work very well. I feel like my line traces aren't great. So yeah, it follows the terrain and it spins up these voxels on the fly. Like the terrain is not inherently voxelized, but you can say like, hey, store stuff here, or you could say, hey, chop trees within this area. So here's like the area UI. Change colors, you can change the priority. So if you say, hey, go chop trees in any tree chopping area, they'll go to the highest one first. And you know, if it's a storage place, you can allow, you know, certain things to be stored there, construct there, that kind of thing. And then in your inventory, like I have a bunch of wood now, and so I can like drop this wood in the storage area. And so like if I sent a colonist to go construct things, they'll go over here, pick up the wood, run back over to the construction site, drop it off. If it has enough resources, construct it. How many players? Not sure. I haven't like worked on multiplayer a whole lot. Only really the player is replicated at the moment. So we'll see. Worst feeling is when you build a huge system or project and feel proud that you complete, and suddenly you get a blue screen of death and you're forced to format the device. Well, that's why you back things up. Background thread, state tree processor, good idea, seriously. Yeah, it took a lot of... I can show you, if you're curious. Here's the state tree processor. Most of it's copied from the mass processor. Like, pretty much... Well, I added some things for, like, if it's dead, stop the state tree, just in here. But, like, a lot of this is, like... This is, like, kind of the same. And then you have to... I found that you have to start the state trees on the game thread. So that's one thing I found. Start the state tree on the game thread. The rest of it, you know, ticket and everything completely on the background thread. Like I don't need frame perfect AI or NPC behavior, you know what I mean? So background thread it is. And that way all the pathfinding and stuff is just automatically done on the background thread from within the state tree task. It makes it pretty easy. What's your estimation for when this game might be released? Yeah, Hasty Wasty's got it right. 5 to 20 years. That's what we're working with at the moment. I was scrolling from 10 hours since last night. Dude, you got to get off your phone. That's not good. That's not good. I appreciate you coming back, though. I like your idea. Hope you have the persistence needed to make it a reality. Well, we've been going for 3 years now on this project. Have you used OpenGL library? Not directly, no. Not directly. There will be mining. I'll see if I can get this to work here. My animations are horrible. I tried to make them myself, and you can see how that turned out. There we go. There's my runtime deformable terrain. Look at that. Look at that. It's shitty. It's not useful. It creates far too many vertices. So it's really just a proof of concept at the moment. Usually it's a problem with Unreal as it's highly game thread locked most of the time. Yeah, I have found that out firsthand. I have found that out directly firsthand. Yeah, hopefully I'll need to work on some procedural points of interest and stuff. I'll need to spawn some ore down in the cave, some monsters down in here. Usually I have entities spawned here running around, but we're working on that system, so it's not 100% working at the moment today. But we just did kind of a big refactor, so it might work, it might not. We don't know. Don't know yet. What games will this be related to, or what similar features from inspired games? I want to get an idea of your general vision. Yeah, so I just mentioned it. I'll mention it again. But the kind of 3 games that I use in my head are Vanilla WoW, RimWorld, and Hades. So if you could like think of like what those 3 games in combination would look like, that might be similar to what I'm trying to do here. I'm just taking like kind of individual inspirations from a lot of different games. I'll probably have some inspiration from Legend of Zelda games, some inspiration from Minecraft for the caves and the mining. You know, I want tree dominoes, like in Valheim. I think that's like some of the funnest tree chopping. So like when I chop the trees here, I have dynamic tree chopping, which I haven't seen another game do yet. So it's like wherever my axe connects with the tree, it edits it at runtime. And eventually the depth of the chop will be based on your axe stats as well as your tree chopping skill. So if I eventually chop through up there, it'll, you know, I need to work on the materials there, but it'll give me some wood, and then I can keep chopping and stuff. But those will do damage if they hit like an entity or a player. So you want to make sure you don't get hit. And they'll also do damage to other trees, which is the Valheim part. Because what you can do in Valheim is if you go through and you go through and you whack every tree like once, and then you can level like an entire forest, and it's really fun. It's really fun. So it's like you hit this tree and then it chops through, it hits that tree falls, and it can hit that other tree. And it was a really fun tree chopping system. But yeah, there's some work to be done because yeah, you can see they're not getting cleaned up, and eventually I'll make you have to like carry these logs back to base, you know. And take them to like a lumber mill or something like that. And so your colonists will have to do some crafting and some processing, that kind of thing. Sorry it's a bit late. Oh no, you're good. You're good. Kudos for using Rider for a long-term user of it. Yeah, I've been using it for a while as well, and I wish I started sooner. I wish I started sooner. This is the best idea for a game like Fortnite mixed with Rust. There is no Fortnite inspiration here. This is nothing like Fortnite. The only thing it has in common with Fortnite is that it is Unreal Engine. Nor have I ever played Rust, so no inspiration there directly. I mean, I suppose I know it's a survival game, so there will be probably some similarities. But there will be zero similarities to Fortnite, and that is my promise to you. That is my promise to you. So yeah, that's a little bit about the world. We can try a new seed. Thank you. Thank you for failing. 632. So that was seed 631. 632 is entirely ocean. We spawn in the middle of the ocean. But I guess there is land over there. Let's see, 633. So this is a nice flat biome. There's a nice craggy, rocky biome over here. But still, well, craggy terrain noise. Not the biome is the same, which is just the assets spawned in there, the trees. Will there be a certain battle system like PvP or versus NPCs? If so, would you be interested in throwing weapons or sharp weapons can be thrown? If so, would it be possible to see said weapons get impaled on objects like trees when thrown in said direction in the middle of flight? Because that'd be new and interesting. I feel like there probably has been some games that have done things like that. I do want to have throwing weapons, and yeah, there will be NPCs to fight, and they're you know, it'll be like Minecraft, or, you know, like in terms of multiplayer, it'll be like Minecraft in that you can start up a server with your friends and stuff, and then like you can turn on PvP or not if you want. You can form your own allegiances or whatever, right? Did you turn chunk number down? Seems like it generated fast compared to before. No, I restarted my PC. That might be the issue. I'm pretty sure I have some memory leaks in the program somewhere. I'm also not spawning entities, so that probably helps a little bit. Some days, like, I don't know, some days it just runs faster too. This is a nice big cave. Look at that. That's sick. What I like doing is like you can like, I love like you can really see the depth when you move like this. I just think that's really cool. And after the fight, you can walk around and pick up thrown weapons that were impaled on objects or just on the floor in the area. Yeah, I don't know. That's not like, that's one of those features that's like cool, a cool little attention to detail, but it's not like super gameplay necessary. So that's like, that's probably going to be like a pretty low priority thing. I do agree that it is cool to have that. I do want like abilities and stuff to affect the world. What I would really like is an elemental system. Because, you know, there's going to be like a mage class, you know, maybe a shaman class or something. You know, I want to make sure every class at least has a couple different elements that they can use. You know, like rogue will be like bleeds and poisons or something, you know. And then like mage will be like frost and fire. You know, warlock will be like shadow and poison or shadow and, you know, things like that. And so I would like there to be like, you can start fires. If a fireball hits the grass or something, it can potentially start a fire. Next live stream will be about building a Doom engine. Are you commanding me? Are you commanding me to do so? We're just gonna fall here. Ow. So it would be nice to have like throwing weapons, you know. Like I want the rogue class to have like a ninja skill tree where they can like throw kunais and shurikens and stuff. And that's like their main source of damage. I think that would be really fun. This is a nice cool cave. But it would be cool to have like frost abilities can like freeze things, and then if it gets hit by a fire ability, it'll melt it, and it'll create like a little puddle of water. And then if like electricity hits the water, then it'll like electrocute everything that's touching that water. Like that would be like a really cool system, I think. But that's like a pretty far down the road type of thing. So yeah, that's a bit about the game. That is a bit about the game. I want to go back and we need to get back to work here. We need to get back to work. Let's just run it and see what happens. Nothing. Turns out nothing happens. Okay, wonderful. Wonderful. Are these getting called? Are these getting called? Matching archetypes. So I don't think any of my archetypes are getting stored correctly. Empty. Yeah. Okay. Query. We do have types there. Find archetypes for query then. You are the culprit. Cached record. Matching archetypes is empty. Okay. Archetype version 1. Query cache. What is query cache? It is a query ID to F cache record. And so query ID, we're using a hash that is sorted IDs get data and then the length. Okay, yeah, so we're just hashing the data, okay. Which is for each, and then we sort it, okay. All types, which is a set, I suppose, right? It's a T set of all types. And so, okay, so that is just like for a query in all types, okay, okay. So yeah, I guess we're not adding, we're probably not adding correctly then, because that's never returning anything. So we probably get here? No, we don't get here. Okay, why are you, oh my gosh, really? What, I didn't change anything. Oh yeah, I did. Oops. Oh, come on, come on. Okay, thank you, thank you. Okay, yeah, we do get there. We do get there. As I suspected. Okay, so I think when we add entities, it's not working properly. I'm gonna guess. Oh, because I don't think I changed it over to the new system. So let me open up the entity spawner. So right here is where we add entity data. Yeah, that doesn't go. Oh yeah, it does. I did change that. Type not registered. Did we get here ever? Let's rerun this. Let's rerun that. Oh, we're breakpointed, of course, of course. Add entity. Okay, where are we coming from? I read the curse since coding looks intimidating. I was hoping someone would tell me where to start learning. Not sure if you'd be willing to be someone who can lend some help in my future hobby. I promise I'll take your time. Just suggestions on what to learn. So I don't. I mean, people ask that all the time. You don't have to apologize for asking where to start and stuff like that. My answer is pretty unsatisfying, I think, for most people. Like, I don't have any specific like, here's where you start. Right? Like, I think you need to start by understanding how you learn best. Do you learn best by following tutorials or courses? Or do you learn best like I do, which is like by working on a project? And so like the way I learn best is like I have a project that I'm motivated to work on, which is this one. This project is my first project in Unreal. And you just got to break it down into like really small steps, really small pieces, like come up with the shittiest form of what you want in your head and break it down into its smallest pieces. And the first step of that might be like how to move a character. That might be the first thing you search on Google, right? And then yeah, you just start trying to figure out the right question to ask. How do I make a character in Unreal Engine? You know, pick an engine first of all. Do some research on the engines and what they're good at, what they're bad at. Pick one that'll be good for your project, for your goals. And come up with a project that's good for your goal, right? Like, are you just doing this for fun? Are you doing this to try and break into the game dev industry? Are you doing this to make your dream game? Are you doing this to try and make a living or something? You know, like, are you doing it just to learn? So pick a project that you're motivated to work on that'll match your goals, and you just got to start figuring it out piece by piece. Like, your roadmap is going to be different than anyone else's, so there's not going to be a tutorial or anything that directly does what you need. Now, I have watched some tutorials or followed some, but only to just get a piece of information that I need to do what I'm currently trying to do. I don't follow it step by step or anything the entire way. So yeah, I don't have like here's a good tutorial to start. I don't have that, and I'm sorry that I don't. But, you know, if you're a programmer, you probably, you know, learned programming in some way before. So you probably have some level of understanding of how you learn best. And so I would just try to apply that, but to game dev. That's my answer. So anyways, back to adding entities. Create entity. On entity. So we created an entity. Okay. For pair in component arrays. Yeah, we don't have any yet. So that's fine, actually. I think that's fine. What I need to see, I need to see that actually. Okay, so we're gonna add entity here. So here's where we're spawning entity. Does all coding follow the same instructions? Because I feel like coding are different in games unless they share similar. What do you mean by instructions? Like I think every coding is a little bit different, but it's all like, you know, to me, programming languages are just a tool. Like, it doesn't matter which programming language I use or what framework I'm working within. Like, the logic is the logic, right? And they're just tools to get a job done. So they're different but same. I guess the intimidating part is that games are made with different languages. I mean, there are engines in all. You know, Unity is in C#. That's a very approachable language. C++ is used, you know, elsewhere. There's Godot, which uses Godot script, which isn't that similar to Python? It's like pretty close to Python. But yeah, I mean, if you've learned one language, like learning the next one is not that different. It's like the syntax is different, the function names are different, but you can do the same things. How to make camera rotate when using mouse was my first thing in Unity 2013. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, the rotational math fucking sucks. So good luck with that. Good luck with that. What's close to Python? Godot script, GD script or whatever. I haven't used it, so I'm not like 100% sure. I thought it was similar to Python. Python isn't close to anything. Okay, I typed in is GD script. Look at this. That's the first thing that popped up. GD script syntax is mostly derived from Python. So yeah, I think my statement was true there. Thanks for being understanding. Yeah, absolutely. I'm happy to answer all questions, but I don't always have a good answer for it. Thank you for the follow, my dude. Appreciate it. Okay, so what's happening when we're adding the entity data here? Current record. Okay. Component arrays. Yeah, we don't have any yet. Don't have any yet. New type ID. Get type ID. Data instance. Get script struct. Okay. Did that not happen? It should have been. It should have happened. Oh, I think this. I think I need to use the trick here. The little tricky trick that I learned. So you need to make like this. You need to wrap it in like a function to get it to be static, I think, is what I've learned. We're calling this get g component global component factories, and I probably need to do that for each of these. I think I need to do that for each of these. Yeah, get G, blah, 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 yeah, that. Okay, AI, can you understand what I'm trying to do here? Get the G, yes, you can. You picked it up correctly. Okay, I think that was probably the issue. Let's rebuild that. I prefer honesty. Some people told me to go somewhere else. What? They said go somewhere else and ask it. Is that AI helping? Yeah, the inline autocompletes or AI suggestions. I use Copilot. I don't prompt it all that much, but the autocompletes are quite nice. I gotta say, Google's internal autocomplete is so fucking good. It is crazy how good it is. I basically, and I've said this before, but I basically like can autocomplete entire test files now, for the most part, which is nuts. You know Tokyo Spliff. Can't say that I do. This is one of my favorite songs here. Song of Storms. Any Legend of Zelda fans? This one's really good. So is the some of the WoW like tavern ones are really good too. But I think this one's my favorite on this list. You can make anything with Python. There's nothing impossible. I mean, the same is true for any language. Tokyo Spliff is also a game dev. Yeah, I'm not familiar. Is he a game dev streamer? Is that why you ask? Okay, let's run it. Let's run it. That one's not going to be very enlightening. New type ID is going to be the max. So yeah, it's not. They're not registered properly. Okay, why is that? Okay, why are you not get component registry, get type ID? I have done this already, right? Let me look. Inline. It's static. I mean, I'm doing the same thing, right? Oh, I'm not returning a ref here. That's an issue. That is an issue. That was probably... And now I gotta rebuild like 30 fucking things, right? I need to struct... Okay, so I've just crammed every single class that I need into this one file, which is not good. Not good. Not good for rebuilding. I should probably split all those out into like a private header. I don't think data type ID is used outside this. I think I could move a lot of those into a private header. Come on, you can do it. You're getting so close. You know, it's crazy. It compiles so much faster when I'm not streaming. I swear. Yeah, I'll have to... Once I get this, like, working, I'm gonna start, like, moving stuff around and actually cleaning it up and stuff. It'll be interesting to see how much more performance I get from this archetypal system. Hope we can get there today. Is this IntelliJ's ID? Well, JetBrains writer. But yeah, I think you got it basically. Okay, so we've got here now. Okay, perfect. Now what happens? Okay, oops. Okay. So why are we're just accessing that directly? Why are we doing that? Why are we assuming that is finite? Because of create entity. Okay, so let me look. What are you right now? You are empty. Remove entity. Global entity locations. Yeah, I mean, why am I removing it here? What's your GPU? It's a 3080 Ti. Okay, so what are we doing here? We can get the current archetype for this entity. We're going to get the new type ID for the passed in data. If it's registered, you know, if it's not registered, skip it. We're going to, if it already contains that instance, that type, we're going to just, it says add from instance. Which we just deref the struct. Data is T. Data is T. Current archetype. Component arrays. T T shared pointer F component array base. And the get component arrays, where was that at? Current archetype, current record, dot archetype. What is the... So we get an F component array base, but like, what does this get? I hope that type is proper. We're getting a point. I guess we're getting a pointer to the actual data. So I think, yeah, I think that would be fine. We're not hitting that anyway right now. We're just trying to add things. New component types. We are copying that. We are adding to it. Okay. Thank you for the sub. Welcome in. Welcome into the debug sesh. Is it better in Visual Studio for game dev? Oh yeah, a million times better. I mean, I always JetBrains IDEs are my favorite anyway. So. Current archetype, get component types, which is empty. So we add the new type. That sounds good. Destination archetype, we just find or create the new one, which we do have that. And we move entity to there. New index. We do nothing. Oh, we do have a new index there. Okay, so we remove entity. I think we should maybe... If we're going to remove the entity, we shouldn't remove it from this global entities list here at the end, which is what's happening. I want to walk through that. Let's walk through that. So breakpoint there. Let's restart. We're going to see what happens to that entity as we move through. Okay, just give me one entity so we don't just go crazy here. Okay, so we got here. Move entity to here. So I got an index, destination archetype got created. We have stuff in it. Entity to index map, 0 to 0. It's there. It is there. Row index was already 0. So when we move to here, I shouldn't do that. I shouldn't do that. Is it? We're already past that, so I don't know if it's worth trying to break that down yet. We're going to step into the remove entity function. Step into. Oh my god, use it anyway. Okay. So the current entity to index map, entity 0, and it's at index 0. So we're going to get that. We're going to get the entity to remove. The row index is 0 because of the current record row index. So removing that entity. Wait, what the heck? Where is my debugger at? There it is. Okay, we went back in the stack. Okay. Entity to remove. We should get that. Yeah, we have that. Last index entity to index map is 0. Last entity is also 0. Perform the swap and pop on all component arrays. Yeah, so remove at swap in component arrays, which is empty. Why? Should that be empty at this moment? We should be adding to the component arrays at some point, right? Yeah, when we create the archetype. Add entity. Are you getting called? On create entity, yeah, so you get called, but when I create an entity, it doesn't have any data. Right, because like adding the entities, I add the entities first, then I add the data. Move entity to here. Okay. Remove entity. So I think it should be here that happens. Make unique, F archetype, find or create archetype. Yeah, that gets called from, that should have gotten called already. Destination archetype. With new component types, which now I regret not looking at what that was. Let's look at archetypes. I can't see archetypes right now. I would like to see what the archetypes are. Or this is, we are on an archetype. Component types is empty. Component arrays is empty. So yeah, that doesn't feel right. But we're gonna plow ahead, I suppose. So nothing happened there. But we're gonna remove there and remove there. But then we're gonna do a reassignment if row index not equal to last index. I feel like this shouldn't happen if they are the same. Or it should only happen if they're not the same. And so we end up removing it there, which is the global entity locations map. I think remove should only happen. Should that happen at all? I just want to comment that out for now, because that kind of feels like the entire function shouldn't happen. Appreciate the sub, my dude. Welcome in. Okay. Okay. So I want to run that back. And what did I want to see? I wanted to see like the component types here. Yeah, let's just go here. Breakpoint there. New component types. That should have something in it. Yeah, it should have one thing. What's our first? I guess I can't tell because it's a data type. It's a generic data type. Okay. Okay, but this new one has information there. Okay. Didn't like that, did it? Did not like that. Move entity to here. Okay, so now I suppose we're on the next entity. Yeah. Which is entity, source archetype, source index, and then destination archetype. So all that has happened in the destination one is that the new component got added, right? Because we just created it. So it's only got the one entity in it now. And then we're going to move entity into here. And where is the entity? That is entity 0, because we're still adding data. We're still adding data for entity 0. So this dest archetype is kind of already correct, I think. Move entity to here. We create a new entity there? I don't think we should be doing that. This is an existing entity. What is that entity? Oh, that's on the archetype. Okay, right. Not on the subsystem. So that, I think, is fine. Component arrays, find pair.key. What is pair.key? Component arrays. That's the data ID. So yeah, we should find that. Source. Destination index. Data. There is something there. Destination index. What is this? I see source and source index. Those both exist. F ability system entity data. Okay, these are both. Hang on. These are both ability. I think these are the same thing. I think these are the same. These are the same archetype. Why can't go back to go back here? Source archetype. Can't I see like the type? Ability. I have to go all the way down there. F ability system entity data. Source go even more back. Go even more back. Destination archetype. Component type. I can't tell from there. I have to go in here. Ability system entity data. Attachment entity data. Current archetype. Okay, so it's like moving to the same archetype, but it's like on a different, moving to the same type of array, but on a different archetype. Ow. So anyways, there's probably no error message there? Probably no error message there, okay. Pair.value.get was what then? It was the array itself, which is a T shared pointer. There do be an array there. Copy to empty. This is invalid. And it is a T subclass of U attribute set base. So the data is struggling to copy. Attributes, yeah, they are looking pretty invalid, aren't they? Okay, yeah, so this is, I think, something that I came across at the end of last stream. the LOD data issue last stream. Like for some reason there's an array on the LOD data, the LOD entity data, and it was always invalid. And I think what happens, I think it's related to instance structs somehow. I don't know why, but when I changed it from an instance struct to this, to like doing that, well, it was because of an array of instance structs, really. But I want to change to doing something like this, which is like so verbose, and it's going to be really annoying anytime I add entity data. But what I'll get from it is really nice. What I'll get from it is I think it fixes that issue that's happening right now, and it will also allow me to have per property inheritance on authoring my entity types, my archetypes. So like making a wolf, making a colonist, and making a warrior colonist, making a mage colonist, you know, like that. Having inheritance there will be important, because if I want to change something for all colonists, if I don't use this, it'll just overwrite everything. The children won't get updated once they've been overwritten. So I think I might want to change the archetype over. I think I need to do that right now. Oh, I guess I can forward declare it. Okay. So I think we need to do that. And I'll need to rebuild my colonist archetypes. Now, what are you guys talking about? What are you guys yapping about here? How long it takes you to do a code? That's the funny. Yes, that's the answer to that question. Yes. Is it tough? Sometimes. Oh yeah, now I can't. Oh fuck, I can't generically do it either. Oh no. Ooh, that's annoying. I can probably iterate through the properties, right? Get native, what is it, like get... Okay, hang on, give me this. Static class, get properties. Fields. Child properties. I did this somewhere. I did this somewhere. Didn't I? Yes. Okay, what did I do here? Oh, that was for structs. How did I do it anyway? Oh, it was child properties. Get class child properties. Okay. And is that an iterator? Pointer to start of linked list of child fields. Okay, so I'm gonna have to loop it through like that. Let me see here. We're gonna try and dynamically grab the properties here. Auto archetype class. Okay, sick. Put that over here so I can look at it. Okay. Archetype class. So we can cast it to a property. That property, can I, how do I get the value? How do I get the value? Container pointer to... Is that a thing? Container pointer to value pointer, and then I have to cast it to something. Okay, how do I do that without object slicing? Well, it should be a t-instance struct, right? So it should be t-instanced struct of fMyEntity. And then what do I need to pass that? The outer. Right, so the actual archetype class, right? Or the actual instance of the class? Yeah, the actual instance of the class, which is this guy. Property for each child. Well, I need to probably type check it, right? I need to check that we're getting the right. Is there like a... How can I match the actual name of the property or something? Or like the type? Get CPP type? It wants a string pointer to put the type in. Is that what I'm... No, it just returns a type. Okay, so F string, it's going to return prop type name if prop type name dot contains entity data. This seems so hacky. This seems so hacky. Okay, so we're going to do container pointer to value pointer. What does that return? The value type. So that returns a pointer to t-instance struct fMyEntity prop value if prop value. Let me hit an else here and just log just in case. Just in case the code doesn't work the first time. When has that ever happened? Breakpoint there. I want to know about that. I do want to know about that. So if we get a property value, then I think we can do this, right? We just need to dereference it. Yeah, so we need to slap that in there. Okay, I have zero fucking idea if this is gonna work. Wait, that's a different one. Why? Oh, because it's an F instance struct. Now, does this do like a cast internally? What does this do? It does. It does. And then you're just grabbing... Okay, you're just grabbing like the raw data. So I think we can just go straight up F instance struct. A pointer to an F instance struct. That is dandy. We can do that. I got the camera follow the cursor. It's a plugin. OBS plugin. You can Google search like OBS zoom follow mouse. It'll probably pop up. Okay, so we're gonna do that. Okay, let's see what happens there. Gonna be absolutely haggard, but I hope it works. What kind of code is this? This is ECS code for a game I'm making within Unreal Engine. Bro, did you ever join Hackathon? Dude, you came in here yesterday asking about hackathons. Why are you still asking about hackathons? I feel like I answered that yesterday. Do you know hacking? Not really. No. So yeah, taking a step back, I'm working on a video game. And for this video game, I need an ECS system, which is just a really, really performant way of running thousands and thousands of entities. And I've had a system in place for a while, and it's been working, but I'm refactoring it. Okay, so nothing failed. Wow. Okay, we still need to debug that. Did that actually? So we never hit this. Did we actually ever Did we actually ever hit this, though? Thank you for the subs, guys. Appreciate that. Welcome in. Okay, we don't... we never even hit it. Oh, we probably need to... Yeah, we just need to completely change the spawner. The spawner is probably not spawning anything. Yeah, it's not. Okay, that would make sense why it's not doing anything. That would make sense. Okay, delete these. So I need to make a new archetype here. So entity archetype. I think it's that one. Shit. Okay, so this is going to be colonist warrior archetype. Okay, open that, close it, open it back up. Nice. Yeah, just wire all these back up. Actor class, NPC, character, no, NPC, blueprint 1, NMQ, actor radius 30, actor offset, what is it? Is it negative 90? Or is it, it's positive 90, right? I've forgotten. Let me open up my old one here. Negative 90 on both, okay. Interaction distance buffer, and then what is the... Give me that, put that in there. Colony entity. I should probably extend these. Can I? Let me go. What are these? These are structs, though. These are structs. So I cannot. Let's ignore the colony task stuff for now. I can populate that later. Just do melee. Auto attack ability level 1. Aggro radius 3000. Equipment default. Can I copy these? Hang on. Can I copy these? I don't know if that worked. Action. Right click. Left click. Ooh, it does work. It does work. Okay, so we're just going to copy all of these. Inventory. Oh, I forgot one. See, this is the pain of this system. This is the pain. We have forgotten one. LOD. You can still wire up the rest of them, though. Movement. Proxy actor. Pay tree data. Oh, and there's just one called entity data. So there are definitely ones I have not added. Like velocity and transform. Neither are in here. F transform entity data. Okay. F velocity entity data. I need input velocity data too, right? Yeah. But that's probably one that's going to be like automatically added eventually, but probably still need to throw it in there. Input velocity entity data. Include. Can we include or can we just do the forward declares? Yeah, we're including. Okay. I also want to be a game dev. I prefer C++ and also trying to learn Unreal Engine. Can you give me a clear roadmap from absolute beginning? No, I cannot. I think everyone's roadmap is different. And if you know C++, you should understand at least a little bit about how best you learn things. So I think you should just take how you learned C++ and in the same way apply it to Unreal Engine. Because the way you learn is not going to be the way everyone else learns. So I don't think that there is a one-size-fits-all answer to that. Okay, let's wire up some more data here. So copy ISM data. Oh my god, did it reset all? It didn't. Oh my god, I'm so upset. I'm so upset. I didn't save. One of the downsides of the editor. At least I can copy. You know, if I couldn't copy, I'd be even more upset there. LOD data. LOD. You not have LOD data on you? Oh no, it's down there. Yeah. Movement. Roxy actor. State tree. Transform. And velocity. Okay, save. Save all, save again. I'm going to spam save a couple more times and then control save. Okay, cool. Now we can plug that in to Colonist Warrior. Yes, I want that in there. Wait, what? Wait, what? Honor. U entity archetype. T object pointer. Oh, I need a T subclass of. That'll do it. That'll do it. I guess that still works. I guess all that code still works. So we haven't validated that code at all. Oh my god, 34 actions. Oh my god. Okay, this is where we're at. This is where we're at. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick while that's running, while that's building. So BRB, guys. BRB. Okay. I beat the compiler. What language is that? C++. Okay. Oh yeah, I still didn't wire anything up in there. Good thing that the data did save. There we go. Colonist archetype. Play. Okay, so we've gotten here. Let me look at the archetype. What do we got? What do we got? That does look like an archetype. Let's start stepping. Okay, so child properties was completely null. Okay, so that didn't work at all. That didn't work at fucking all. Now I did static class rather than get class. outer is a U object, so I need like the actual... Is there a better... Properties... So I can just go straight up child properties on this thing. Okay. We should do that. We should just do that. Okay, that's probably where I went wrong. Okay, let's just rebuild. All right, all right. We're going. Okay. Did that save? Yes, okay. Run it. Do I have my breakpoints? I do, okay. Run it. Okay, what do we got? Archetype class. I guess just... Okay, so it just... yeah, child properties is like null or something. Let me look at what we have here. What do we have? Is it on the U class, I guess? Where are the child? Where is this child properties? Oh, it's on the U struct. Interesting, okay. Interesting. U class, U struct, child properties. Yeah, so that is null. That is null. So what I want here is like a list of the properties that this thing has. What is property link? In memory only, linked list of properties from most derived to base. How many years have you been coding in C, and have you developed games before? I've only been... This is my first game, so no, I haven't. And I have not used C++ before working on this game. I've been working on it for about 3 years now. Almost 3. I've been a software engineer for much longer, though. I feel like there's got to be a better way to, like, get the properties on a class, you know? But the property link, like, that is the first one. So maybe I should just, let's just use that. Let's just use property link, and we'll see how that goes. Maybe the same code can work. To go to bed, otherwise be late for college. All the best. Yep. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good night. Good luck at college. Good luck. Okay, I guess we'll just run it. Continue. Nice. Okay, so we're actually in the fucking loop here now. Property, ability system data, entity data. So that should the property type name. The property type name is f instance struct. Okay. So that's not, that is the type, not the, like, property name. Is that... Okay, so there's my first change. That is the first change. So it's interesting that it says f instanced struct rather than I mean, I guess this is like a wrapper around. Huh. Okay, so it's f instance struct. Let me look at this property. What do we have? F property. I can just get the name, I suppose. What were you doing before working on this game as a software engineer? I mean, I still am. I just do this. This is just hobby, free time stuff. I guess I can just get the field name. I thought the type name, I thought it would be in the T instanced struct, you know? But I guess not. So we would need to change that. But let's see if we get the next name properly. The next property. Okay, yeah. So that is iterating over that correctly. Okay, so yeah, just continue. We can stop. We will need to change this. So this should be property. What was it? Field name or something? Let's just search name. Name private, get name. Get CPP name, CPP type. It's a C++ name of the property, including the deprecated suffix. I feel like that's probably what we want to do. Oh, for property types which use templates will be filled in with the type. Oh, interesting. So maybe I should use that. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, that's not going to help me at all. And is this an output pointer? I don't know. I think I just want to use the CPP name. We'll just do that. Live coding. Okay. Oops. Okay, so this did not work. Okay, so we did get through there. We did get through there. So what is your deal? What is your deal? Selected entry archetype to spawn. That is a T subclass. I should probably get the default object. That's probably what I need there. So let's do this. Auto CDO. For create default object. We want to get default object. We can template that to. Shit, I don't. Can we template that? Well, it's a. Oh yeah, we can. Yeah, we can. Is there a non-templated? Probably not. There's probably not a. Template that to my archetype. Yeah, that'll be fine. CDO. So put the CDO in there. So we just want the default object, which is just like whatever is populated in the blueprint editor. Because they're not going to change, right? They're not editable at runtime or anything. So we don't need to create like a new instance every time we spawn an entity. Just to get some properties off of it, we can just rely on the default object, which is like a pre-created instance that every U object has in Unreal Engine. Yeah, don't edit that. Bad things happen if you edit that. Not edit the CDO. I think we can close that. Let's breakpoint and just we can step through, I suppose. Okay. Okay, so is this it? Wait, I'm not. Okay, we got through. Yep. We have the property value. Yay. Okay, so let's step through here and just make sure it gets added properly. Wow, I can't believe that worked. I can't believe that worked. That's gonna be really nice. That way I don't have to add properties all over the place anytime I add an entity data or something. Okay. Plowing ahead. Let's just continue. Okay, yeah, so the copy from is still an issue. Wow. 6 million more items. What the fuck? What on earth happened? What is this? What on earth happened here? Attributes is still invalid. Yep. Okay. Now I don't know how invalid that is. You know? Copy from. Yeah, that doesn't look right, does it? It doesn't look right. Now there is a lot happening here. So let me do this. That's probably doing a double copy. I'm splitting these apart so that I can see, like, I can inspect them a little bit better when we hit the breakpoint. So this is like typed source. Thank you for the sub. Welcome in. Welcome in. And so yeah, that should be T. We can just put T on there, and then type source is T component. Yeah, I mean the source, the type is there. So hang on. Rebuild. Okay, rebuild. Plowing ahead. Okay, really hope I can get this working and tested at some point today. But it's like the adding and moving around of the entities, the entity archetypes is now like it's now the difficult part. That used to be the easy part with my old system, where I was using entity data pools. Yeah, we're gonna probably hit a breakpoint. I don't know where we're gonna hit that breakpoint. It might be here. We'll see. We shall see. And I need to split all these classes up so that I stop rebuilding 36 things anytime I touch that file. That's too many things. That is too many things. And so the copy from happened at the move. Yeah. Copy data for all components that exist in both archetypes. Add the new components data. I'm curious, has anyone had an ad run on the live on YouTube? I'm curious. So I actually have them turned on today. They're automatically turned on. It feels like I can manually run them. I wish to not have to do that. Okay, so we hit it when the copy is made. YouTube Live has ads. Yeah, allegedly. I just got monetized like a day or two ago, so I'm trying to figure out how it all works. Okay, so what is the deal here? So it's when we make the copy. Yeah, and that data doesn't look correct, but like, yeah, what is this 7 million items in this array? Like, that's not... Why does the array have 7 million items in it? F ability system entity data. That doesn't have its own constructor, right? It's just an empty one. So should I just move, rather than making a copy, can I move temp? Would that be better? Zero and zero. I have YouTube Premium, so does that mean no ads on live stream as well? I would assume so. I would assume so. But this is all pretty new to me, so I'm not 100% sure. Other data. Copying a pointer. I mean, yeah, there would be a null pointer on there, right? The ASC has not been populated yet. Now, the copying of the data. Now, let's do this. Can we move temp here? Can we move temp? I guess the issue is dest array. Let's do this. So give me the destination array, the dereference destination array, the new index equals pair.value.get, and then we can move temp perhaps. Why are you angry, huh? It's a pointer. Okay, so we have to do like that, right? Or we have to double deref, double D's nuts, something like that. Can you just like double? Can you do that? No, okay, that doesn't make sense, does it? Okay, so we have to like get and then do that. And then this one, we have to dereference that as well. Oh, that's so uggo. Okay, I can't though, because it doesn't like that, unless I have to like do that. Yeah, so no, I'm not, I don't. It's telling me I shouldn't use the period, but I think I have to. And then move temp. Let's see if that works. Let's see if that works. And so we're not actually copying the data. Hopefully that doesn't have any ramifications. All right, let's get it to work. Welcome in, everyone. Thank you all for hanging out with me today. It's been a good day. Should we show the game for a little bit now? There's a lot of people here. Maybe we can show the game. So I am working on a game. Going to be an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural, destructible terrain, and AI generated quests. So here's some procedural terrain getting generated right now. You can see we have like some different terrain noises. We got some like really rocky, craggy terrain over here. It needs a little bit of work. And we got some nice flat plains over here. It's kind of a boring sea. This one's not like not super interesting. What is interesting though is the underground caves. That was an absolute pain in the ass to figure out. But here's what that all looks like. If I pop the hood. When is this coming to the Apple App Store? Yeah, give me like 20, 30 years. Yeah, maybe iPhones will be good enough to run this. But yeah, there's a small section of the world. Caves are nice. There's nothing in them. Here's the world map. Each one of these colors is like a different zone. And so that mountain range right here Actually, it lines up with the edge of the zone. So I put mountains, like physical borders around each zone. Thank you for the sub, my dude. Welcome in. I put physical borders around each zone, and then I give each zone a name. The names are like AI generated, and so they're like completely random right now, but eventually I'll make them like super flavorful. And so as I hover over the zones, you can see it pop up here at the top. So like Barren Wastes, Abyssal Mire, Daggerfall Abyss, Frost Shadow Hollow, The Plane of Earth. Some of them are really bad. The Oracle's Grove of Wisdom. Like, they're not really interesting at the moment, but eventually I'll pass in to the AI when I ask it for a name. I'll pass in, like, all the things that are spawned in the zone and stuff, so it'll come up with, like, a flavorful name. Let's grab a new seed. That was 633, 634. So what I'm going for is RPG Colony Sim Roguelite. So I'm thinking something like Vanilla WoW, in terms of like the classes and the combat, you know, lots of abilities to choose from, deep talent trees, unique classes, plus a Colony Sim, something like RimWorld, one of my all-time favorite games, RimWorld. You should, if you're interested in Colony Sims and you haven't played RimWorld, you really need to. You owe it to yourself to play that. So here's this world map. I am in the Shifting Sands of Time, which is supposed to be a mountain biome, but that doesn't really mean anything at the moment. I have some different textures that I was playing around with, so this is like a red zone. I was going to make all the grass red and stuff too, but I just kind of didn't get around to that yet. More important things to work on at the moment, unfortunately. The terrain is super fun to work on, though. And so, yeah, I create these physical borders around the zones, and I give them a name because I want these zones to be like actually grounded in the world. And so not like Minecraft, which is a great game, or like Valheim, also a great game. The biomes or zones in those games, they just kind of exist. You know what I mean? Like, they're just kind of there. And they seamlessly blend from one to another. The jungle biome is always the jungle biome. You know, everything in there is the same. Maybe it's just a different shape, and that's kind of it, right? But for me, it's like I want them to, first of all, be a little bit dynamic, so the stuff spawned in them is a little different. You know, jungle biome is still a jungle biome, but maybe it has some different resources and some different mobs in it each place you go, right? Different points of interest, potentially, as well. And it'll have a name, like Widow's Mire, or the Land of the Dryads, Cerulean Sea, the Fields of Elysium. And so hopefully that'll play into, like, some of the AI-generated quests that I have. I can't show that off now because I'm currently working on the ECS system, which is, it's in a broken state at the moment, so nothing spawned into the world at all. This is Bloodroot Hollow, so like that red zone would be a good, Bloodroot Hollow would be a good name for that zone, right? Duskwither Glade, like that would be a good, like, kind of swampy, spooky, shadowy type zone, right? Solitude Lake. Like, if there was like a singular lake in this zone, Solitude Lake would be a great name. Silverleaf Thicket, you know. So you can imagine, like, with those flavorful names, what the zone might look like. That'll play into the quests that are generated for the zone. That'll kind of play into the lore. It's going to be a colony sim, so you're going to have a colony, potentially multiple colonies. There will be other NPC ran colonies in the world as well that create, like, different factions for you to interact with. And all the NPCs will be aware of, like, what zone they're in. Right, and that's gonna make the zone, like, be grounded, and they will reference it. And I think that's gonna create, like, a really fucking cool and alive world. Part of why I'm writing this ECS system is so that I can run the entire world, which is, you know, games don't do that. They don't run the whole world. They fake it, right? They turn everything off when you're not around. And for a lot of games, that's what you'd want to do because you don't need them to be on. But I want the world to be, like, alive, right? I want it to be running at all times. So each pixel on here is a terrain chunk. And so if I were to zoom out, like, that is a single terrain chunk. So you can see 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm only generating about a 4 chunk radius, which is only that big. So if I built a colony here, and then I ran all the way over here, that colony will still be running. If you sent your colonists out to go chop trees, they will have to run all the way over to the trees, chop it down, bring the wood back. And if there's any wolves or bandits in the forest, they will get attacked. They will get attacked. And I really like that form of realism, that form of consequences, right? Like, I don't think enough games today let you make bad decisions, right? They're just like different forms of good decisions. And so I really want you to be able to fail And I think that's where the roguelite part of the game comes in clutch, because you fail and there are big consequences for failing, but it's like kind of a fun way to fail, so it doesn't feel as bad. You know, when you die, you will start over at level 1, and that sucks, right? But your colony's still going to be there. And as you level up, every few levels, you will get a choice between like 3 random abilities or something like that. I don't know how often it'll be. We'll have to play with that. I haven't done any of that yet. None of that is working at the moment. But hopefully there's enough abilities for each class that each run is pretty different. Pretty different. And each class is going to have a series of like class quests to go do these kind of long quests, and that'll unlock new abilities to choose from in the pools and stuff like that. Welcome in, guys. Thank you for the subs and stuff. Love that. Thank you. Hello. But yeah, hopefully that makes it fun to kind of restart. I'm going for like maximum replayability is what I'm going for. So hopefully the roguelite part of it, I will need a lot of abilities to make that fun. Otherwise, it's going to feel too samey. So there's going to be a lot of work there. I have a few abilities right now. If I had some entities, they would like, you know, look a little bit better. Oh, my blizzard ability is... Oh, there it goes. It's over there. Slightly broken. Slightly broken. But yeah, it's kind of... Right now, it's just entirely... Almost entirely tab target. I do have like one aimed shot, though, so I do want there to be like kind of more... Like picture vanilla WoW, but the abilities are a bit more interactive, right? Like there will be some aimed abilities and stuff. Like here's my aimed bow shot. And so, you know, you can spec into that and make it faster, and then you can use it like an actual, like, bow with that ability. Because I'm holding down the button when I release the button. Oh my god, my key just came off. When I release the button, that's when it fires the ability. So, you can picture things like that, but with, you know, a bunch of different classes. There's going to be some survival elements, like survival light. I have dynamic tree chopping here, so like wherever the axe connects with the tree is where it'll actually deform it at runtime. And this is just kind of proof of concept at the moment, but eventually it'll be based on like your axe stats and also your logging skill level. So you will have skill levels for all the different, you know, various things to do in the game, as will your colonists. And so, you know, things like blacksmithing and tree chopping and mining and you know, foraging or building, construction. There's a bit of a construction system I have built, so with that wood I just got, I can start to build like a foundation. I can give my colonists a house. You know, they'll have needs and stuff, so they'll be, you know, if you make them a really nice house, they'll be pretty happy about that. Potentially some gameplay bonuses come from that, but definitely going to follow in RimWorld's footsteps, and you know, if they're quite unhappy, they're going to have mental breaks, which is where RimWorld really shines, right? When your colonists have mental breaks, that's where the game really just fucking comes alive. But you'll get raided as well, so you'll need to build some defenses and stuff like that. Destructible terrain, it technically works. Okay, that didn't work. There we go. Okay. So technically that deformed the terrain at runtime. It looks terrible, and it's not particularly useful, and it creates way too many vertices for the terrain. It does not match the terrain at all. So more work to be done there as well. Lots of work to do. There's no shortage of work. No shortage of work. Let's see if we can find a really cool seed. What is this? What is this? What is this? What are you doing? Oh, I need to check here if dynamic chunk mesh is valid. Is that what you want from me? Let me see. This is not... Yeah, that's that doesn't look right. That doesn't look like right. It's the first time I've had that happen. That's crazy that it took that long. So yeah, we'll see if we can get a good seed built here. There's some terrain noise I have that's like really highly affected by the altitude from the world map. And that creates some like really cool zones that are like really high up in the sky. So it creates like these big mountains and stuff. I only have like 2 different biomes right now, so it's not like super exciting or anything. But I do think the terrain generation is pretty good. It's probably what I've spent the most time on. Probably what I've spent the most time on. And all the assets I have are like completely placeholder. They're all like free for the month stuff. Like I'm no artist. I created 2 of my own animations for the tree chopping and the mining, and I was like, yeah, I can't do this. So at some point we'll get those replaced with some actual stuff. So let's go seed 635. Let's go 636. We'll see what that one looks like. This is an ocean. We are in a completely flat ocean. So that's a bad seed. And you can see I don't do a great job of blending I don't blend them at all. I need to blend those textures together. Let's try 637. Oh my god, also another ocean. Like, the odds of that are pretty low, and I also account for that, right? So I actually shift the map over. If 0, 0 is an ocean, I shift the map over, but I cap the amount of shifting that I do. 638. Holy shit, dude, that's so crazy. That is so crazy that that happened 3 times in a row. I have noodle caves, and then I have cheese caves as well. So it's cool because, like, the noodle caves kind of lead into the cheese caves and end up looking kind of cool. They look better with stuff spawned in them, I do have to say. Okay, so here's my meadows biome. So it's a flatter biome, and we just got a few trees, kind of. We got some hemp there. Hemp. Some rocks. Sunflowers. I think there's some flax somewhere around here as well. Oh, that's perfect. Look at this. So I was mentioning about the physical borders that I put around each zone. And I think it creates really cool moments like this where you can kind of peek into the next zone and kind of get excited about what kind of zone is over there. You know? Where is that? It's like somewhere over here. Let me look at the world map here. So that is, we are in apparently this zone is called the Goblin Mines of Greed. the one we're looking at is the Armor of Invincibility, which is not a great zone name. So bad AI. There are some nice mountains over there though, so maybe we'll check those out here in a second. But the white dots are like the breaks in the mountain ranges that you can actually use to get from zone to zone. So there is no direct. It looks like to get into the zone without doing anything fancy, I'd have to run like all the way over here, go through this dot, and then come back around and do that. But you can also potentially dig through the mountains. Sometimes you can find a cave that goes through the mountains. Sometimes not. But this will be like, I could build a bridge through here, right? Like that would actually be really fucking cool to do that. There's like a giant cave system here. Oh, it looks like I could probably get there from over here as well. Or I could build some stairs up the mountain and then back down the other side. But yeah, I think this creates a really cool moment when you finally get that glimpse of the new zone, whether you know, no matter how you get there, you get to the top of the mountain, you know, you break through to the other side, you see a peak, and you go from one zone into like some zone that'll be potentially drastically different, you know. So like if you've ever played WoW, there's, you know, when you're going from Barrens to Ashenvale, for instance, you go from like this African Sahara type zone into a magical enchanted forest type zone, and the change and the contrast it creates this really cool sense of exploration that I think is awesome. Then you got some caves down there, so I still need to do like procedural points of interest and stuff. My dream would be to like create some procedural Zelda dungeons. So like Zelda dungeons are awesome because they have combat and they have puzzles, which is really fun. So doing some procedural Zelda puzzles would be so cool, but that's like super, super far down the road. Yeah, this is one of those zones that like gets affected by altitude quite a bit. And so like the lightness and darkness of the pixels is the altitude. You can actually see the altitude value up here. So the ocean is 0. But then as we move inwards, like these ones I'm at here are like they're almost all the way at 1. So it goes from 0 to 1. If you could hypothetically hire devs at the same skill level as you to help, how many would you hire? I mean, I don't have money for that, so Like the money is the limiter there. I'd probably want a pretty small team though, pretty finite team, I would think. I don't think many actual programmers. Add some mountain hiking tools and shoes. Yeah, I have, you know, like games like Breath of the Wild, they have that climbing system in them. And I've never found that as fun gameplay because you're just pressing the W key, right? You're just pressing forward and walking up the mountain. It's not like that's particularly engaging gameplay, right? But I do think it'll be somewhat necessary for the terrain. But like, I also don't want it to like trivialize things and make you choose a really unfun path. Because it's like in Breath of the Wild, there was the path of like, here's the actual path up the mountain that like has interesting things along it, like, you know, mobs and resources and all that. And it's like, or you can just press, you can chug stand potions and press the W key and just scale the mountain. And it's like, I think a lot of people just chose scaling the mountain because I think we all know, like, given the choice, players will optimize the fun out of the game. Right? So I don't know. I guess that's suffice to say, I don't exactly know what I'm gonna do about that part of the game yet. Don't know if I'll have climbing. And of course, that would only be for the players. Like, it would be very difficult to create that for the entities. Bro, that's a nice vantage point right there. So yeah, that's a little bit about the game. Let's test and see. Let's go back and start testing our ECS system. Does this work? We're trying to add entities, so we'll see what happens. Spawn new proxy actor. So we got past everything, actually. Yeah, but everything's invalid. I don't know what the deal is with instant structs, man. Like, they don't seem to be able to copy data over very well. And it becomes like invalid and stuff. Add from instance. That doesn't do like any actual copying or anything. It might. Yeah, it might. Yeah, if anyone knows anything about instant structs in Unreal Engine, let me know. There's not a whole lot of stuff on the internet about them. And I'm just assuming what we have here is like a null class, basically, so... I think what I've done is I've just kind of kicked the can down the road with these changes, where it's like, we're making pretty much invalid data. Like, nothing's getting copied over properly. Nothing's getting copied over properly. So add from instance here. We are like dereffing that. So let me try to like look at the data here. So we're gonna go tref. We'll call this entity data, and then we'll add it there. And then so let me peek that. So we'll need to rebuild here. 37 actions. Brilliant, brilliant, dude. The drop off that just happened from const t. Okay, so it needs to be const t. Let me just do probably t though. I want y'all to see how, I don't know what I said. I mean, this is just kind of how it works, but like, we had 150, we went from 117, and then it just fell off an absolute cliff. The YouTube Shorts algorithm, it works in mysterious ways. But it's just, that's a crazy cliff to drop off of. The algorithm got tired of pushing me, and that's fine. I get it. I get it. I'd be tired of pushing myself too. I appreciate any and all that are here to just hang out. No matter how few or how many. So what we're trying to do here is we're trying to refactor my existing ECS system, which I've done. I already did kind of a base refactor. I switched from like U object pointers, which you're not supposed to use for entity systems. Switched from that to like to structs, and then we started using entity data pools, like typed entity data pools for our data. However, that requires like every processor when it does it for each, we have to do like these map lookups to like get all the data. And what most ECS systems do, come to find out, is it's like an archetypal system. So every type of data that an entity can have kind of gets registered. And then when we know about all those types, what we can do is we can split the entities into groups that share all the same combinations of types. And then when a processor needs to iterate over a set of entities with a certain set of data, we can just directly return that. And we don't need to do like map lookups as much. And so it's supposed to be more efficient. I'm trying to validate that right now. I am trying to validate that right now. So we shall see. Okay, so here's our entity data, which is a which is a copy. And the issue I've been having is that like I have to use instant structs to get editor data, because there's no way to generically reference a struct. But this data looks fine. This data actually looks fine. Maybe I should move temp here. Data, this already has one in it. How do you already have one in you? Oh, add uninitialized. Where are we using that at? I don't know if we should do that. Add entity on the archetype. On the component arrays, which is a pair of shared point, we're just adding the we're adding the value. Wait, what is the value on here? Can I see the type, please? It is a pointer to the, so yeah, we are adding an empty piece of data in here. Where are we calling this from? Move entity to here. I feel like I should, like, we have the data, so I feel like I should probably just do it at that step. Are we calling that from anywhere else? When we create entity, which will have, we won't have the data yet there. Okay, so I do think we need to add uninitialized. So there is an uninitialized version already in here. I feel like what should be happening there should already have been an entity there in here. Entity to index map. I'm confused on why there isn't two entities in this map. Why is that? Which would be incorrect, so it's good that that's not happening, but why isn't that happening? Add entity. So that when we create the entity, that happens, and that's the first thing we do. Oh, that's for the empty archetype. Okay, I see. I see. So yeah, actually, I feel like add entity should have an optional parameter for the data. Copy, and this is on an archetype. Copy data for all components that exist in both archetypes. Now, this is the kind of the confusing part, because I need to, when entity data gets added, I need to like reconcile that entity with like a bunch of other things. With like all the other archetype types that exist. I don't think we should be adding uninitialized here. And so what can I pass in here, basically? So we have new component data, which is an instance struct, which is the same thing we use for add from instance. So let's go here, add data. And this will just be like new data. Call it new data. Make that a pointer. Default it to null pointer. And we'll throw that in here. So we have that there now. The new data. So instead of add uninitialized, we can add from instance on new data. So rather, let's do this. If new data, that, else add uninitialized. So we will do var.value.add from instance, dereference the new data struct. But we'll do that. And then that way, I don't think we need to do this. We just need to remove it from the old one. Add the new components data. Component arrays. Wait, there's archetype, and archetype has what on it? The component arrays, which is data type to pointer. Right, so we add entity. When we add from instance, all we're doing is adding to an array. Wait a second. The pair, for each component array, we are adding from the data. Okay, yeah, so that's not... That's not correct. Okay, that's not correct. So why are we doing that for each component array? It might not be... Oh, because we have to move it. Right. So we actually need all the old component arrays in here. Okay, so I think I get why this was happening. We're adding the uninitialized ones, and we would set them equal. But I feel like what's happening is these uninitialized ones are not... They're like sticking around when they shouldn't be or something like that. They're kind of messing up the arrays. I feel like that's what's happening. But I guess that is why we would iterate through the source component arrays. And then I guess, why wouldn't we just remove it here? Why wouldn't we just remove from source here? I know that's what happens next. And which is why we were removing entity on the source, which is what was happening here. But it removed it from the global entity locations, which should not have happened. They're not equal. Where else is that used at? I think maybe for now, let's just not remove it from the global entity locations, which I think we're setting twice now. So I see this here. If they're not equal, last entity row index is, I think that's the new row index. Oh, we're doing like a swap. Okay. Destroy entity. This is where we would want to do that, yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna just start rebuilding that. That's not going to fix anything. Add from instance. Add the new components data. But then why did we just do this? Oh, because we wouldn't have added it. Yeah. And what is this? Source index? That was the copy from. Yeah, do I care about the source index? Because that's just going to get removed after this. I don't think I care about the source index when we already have just the source data itself. Yeah, so I don't think I'm going to be able to get this finished off today. But I hope I can at least get something. Give me something to show. So I don't think this is actually going to fix anything. So we've gotten here. Yeah, so this entity data looks good. This is the uninitialized data. And so we are moving the entity. So that would have added this is uninitialized. So I wonder, did we get here? I don't know. Source archetype is just of data type. Wow, this is so hard to debug because the types are like erased. Yeah, can I even see? I'd have to look at the component arrays, right? Ability set. We just went from one that has ability system entity data. And I wonder, there's probably a cleaner way to add everything, but like I need this function to work anyway for any scenario, so might as well just plow ahead. And so we're moving to an archetype that has ability system data and on the source archetype, right? Because we need to add the new one. So we do get here. The destination array currently just has an invalid thingo. So let's just continue. And we'll see if that looks better. And of course I can't see it, so we'll need a component arrays. I think it was this one, the ability system entity data. Yeah, I don't think that actually, the copy I don't think happens properly there. Let me see. What do we get? What is this type here? Value is the component array base. Oh, that's where I guess I would need the source index. What am I moving there at that point? What is this type? Thing. It's the component array. Okay, yeah, that doesn't make sense at all. I'm surprised that didn't actually fail. I'm surprised that didn't fail at all. Wow, okay. Give me the source component array. Source component array, then we'll do the source index here. Wait, why doesn't that... What are you saying to me here? F component, oh, it's not subscriptable. It does have the get as instance. That's getting a, yeah, so this is the untyped version. which is why we had the copy from function. I see. I see. So put that back. I think I can go ref there. And I don't, because we're going to be removing from that array after this function is called. So I don't know what move temp would do. Like if we're going to remove, like we have to copy it because we're going to remove the old one. So that's probably also not going to work. It's not going to compile. That's what it's going to do. Cannot convert from const. What? Because this is a const function? It's not a const function. So type that should be able to, it should be able to do that. No, it doesn't want... Not convert from component array to T. Why is that? Type source is what type? It's a... Oh, it's a pointer. That's why. I can probably do that. That's why we did the data. And why was it saying data didn't work? I convert from F avatar entity data to T ref. Okay, so I guess it has to be the copy? I mean, in which case then move temp might be the right move. I don't like the temp part of that function name. It makes me feel like it stands for temporary, which is confusing to me. I mean, the move semantics are already confusing enough. Okay, so far it's so good. I mean, yeah. So we'll see what happens here. We will see what happens here. So give me the breakpoint in those two spots. So we'll know after well, do it here. Yeah, we'll do it in those three spots. So we can kind of look at before, during, and after. This might fail again. Because it was failing before when it tried to copy. And I don't know why it wouldn't at this point either. If we're copying from data, I guess that would potentially be the uninitialized. Okay, thank you. We're only spawning one still. Okay. Let's run it. Okay, so we just skipped all of it. I think maybe this is just for like the first one. Okay, so now we got here. So now we're actually moving and grooving. Okay. Now we're actually moving things. Okay, so the destination array. You have one uninitialized in there that got added during that step, I presume. Let me look at the source archetype. What do you have? What do you have? You have one that looks super invalid. Oh, why? Why do you have one that looks super invalid? You have two in there. Well, you have one component array that has two pieces of data in it. Despite you only having one entity. So that's an issue. I need to step back through that initial scenario. And so yeah, the copy didn't happen properly because it's invalid. It was invalid. So let me step back through that initial scenario. So I know we do the add uninitialized. We got the add from instance that happened. So we like basically so what was the flow? We added an entity with one data type. Or we added an entity, we added one data type to it. Somehow that got added twice. Because we called the move entity to here. And I wonder if that was already here. I want breakpoints there. Move entity to here is called from here. And when we get here, so we're adding here as well. Oh, if it already contains. So is that where we go first? Is that our first? We'll see if we ever get there. Yeah, let's step through that first scenario a little closer. Okay, so we have added an entity. Current archetype. Oh, that's the empty archetype is the current one. So we're like copying data from the empty archetype, which I don't think is, well, we'd never get here because it has no component arrays. Okay, that makes sense. The new component data, rather, where's the new component? Oh, we're on it, right? Okay, so let's look. This, what do we have on this? We have one component type, and we have nothing added yet. We have one component array that is empty. What is an archetype? Only ever heard that name in one scenario on the deep web. I mean, that's a generic term. Like that exists in like writing. Like an archetype is just like when you're writing a character in like a novel, like they can fall under certain archetypes, like the hero archetype. And what it means, it's just a classification based on some traits. In a general sense, that's what it is, I think. I don't know what the actual definition is, but I'm writing an ECS system right now, and so an archetype is an entity that has a specific set of types of data. That's what it means here. And it's a common term in entity systems. Okay, so we're gonna add data there. So now what does it look like? We have the data added. That would have been uninitialized data. That makes total sense. But then we add from instance as well. And I think usually we iterate over the source archetype components and populate all of them, but there weren't any. So this is like a brand new one. So yeah, we add the entity, but then we add so this should really be like reassigning the existing. What if I didn't add uninitialized here? All of the component arrays. I guess when we copy from it wouldn't, we would want to add at that point. And as long as that happens on the game thread, I think that's fine. For each component array, add uninitialized. And this add from instance, like we need to reassign the existing one. So this is really going to be like either we change copy from and don't add uninitialized, or we change this to do the assignment. And new component data it's the instance struct. So I'm gonna have a rough time. Not a rough time, just it's gonna be a little messy here. New index. So I can't do that. Why? You need to be, you're like a component array, right? Auto subtract. So wait, what type is it to begin with? It's a shared pointer, right? Yeah, I want to just, I guess just dot get then. If you're gonna be picky about it. Okay, just stop. I don't need to see anymore. So this is still a pointer, so we need to get and then also dereference. And then we can do the subscript, right? Oh, right, because it's like the fucking type erased version. Okay, so then that makes me feel like we should do it the other way then. Or at least make a function for it. I think just doing it the other way is probably a bit cleaner. What about when data gets removed? That's just a completely different function. But it'll need to be similar to add entity data in that it needs to reconcile the difference and move it back around. Oh, there's the remove entity. But that's called, okay. Let's not worry about the removal. Let's not worry about the removal scenario yet. Okay, so add entity. We're not going to add uninitialized. Let's just comment that out. And then when we do this part, for data in the source, if we're moving it to a new one, it should not exist at all yet. This is why I kind of feel like I should just add it with all the data. What if I did this inside of add entity? I mean, what's the difference, right? I would just need to iterate through and add anyway. Test array, add. This would do a copy. But I don't have, it's not as an instance struct. So I just need to test array, we need to like dot get. Or no, undo the dot get. We need to data. No? What is the fucking component array base? Oh, because it's a type erased version of it. Oh god. So I need like a function. It just Add from yeah, I guess do I have to make a fucking instant struct out of the initial data? I guess that's why we were adding uninitialized and then copy. You want to copy from a typed source? Okay, so undo that. We're going to do that. We're going to keep that. And then we need a function here for... We need like a set data function. And that needs to be instance construct and then an index. So implement that here. Yeah, so use that instead. At new index. Does that work? So set data, dereference the struct and get the actual entity data, move temp into there. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna run to the bathroom while that builds. BRB. All right, build succeeded. Okie dokie. What do I want to breakpoint now? What do I want to inspect? I guess here and then after that as well. Maybe here. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna add the entity. That's just gonna get added. And so if we look at component arrays, it should have like an uninitialized version of it. Yeah. So that looks bad, right? We're gonna step forward and get over here. This entity data looks good. This is good data. Good. Good. Okay. So plowing ahead. Fuck, it didn't work. So data at that index, it exists, but like, I don't know. I guess, is adding uninitialized just the problem? Like, should I just not be doing that? I feel like we probably just shouldn't be doing that. A banana dev. The game improved a lot since a month ago. Has it? Is it noticeable? It doesn't look any different. But yeah, there's some more functionality in there for sure. What do? We got the colonist tasks up and going, some of them. I've just been plowing through the ECS refactor here for the past, what, like 4 days, 4 streams. Yeah, I'm very, very curious to see what this archetype improvement will be. I like the little storage cubes. I do too. I think they're cute. With all the generation and the mini-map is pretty great. That has not changed for over a year. That is all the same. Okay, I guess we just go. Wait, what did I fucking change? I totally forgot what I changed. Oh yeah, the move temp. Yeah, it didn't work. Yeah, I feel like we just shouldn't do the add uninitialized. Dest array copy from, and then we just statically cast it. So let's just change copy the name of copy from to like, and then we're just gonna do this. Just add, and then this should be an add as well. And then we're gonna not do that part. Ahmed, hello. Welcome in. New type ID, find checked, set data. We're just gonna set that to add. We'll change the names later. I think move temp would be a good move here, I think. I think that can work. How are you? I'm well. How are you? Thank you for asking. Okay. I hate I hate having to rebuild all. I should just split these out, shouldn't I? Let's just put everything in a different file. Where is F archetype defined at? It's defined up here, so... Yeah, I think let's move all of this into the utils. Let's just chuck it all in there and see what happens. So maybe next time we run through that, it'll be good. What language is this? C++. Okay, so it's 37 when I change the archetype stuff. I'm gonna cancel this run, and we're gonna rebuild because I moved it. Still 37. Well, I guess that... Shit, wow. Wow. Okay, we need to import more, yeah. Yeah, I get it. We want to forward declare that one. I think we can include that one. Oh, it's incomplete. Oh no. We can't forward declare it, but it should be. It's there. Why is that marked as unused? Why is that shown as unused? Should we forward declare here? Yeah, that's the issue. Okay. Yeah, these are going to be like kind of tightly coupled, aren't they? Struct. E component array. There's just so much templated shit that it's going to be. That work? Yeah. Get data type ID. Okay, so that's just like a global function. And what needed the subsystem in here? Ugh, this shit. I'm not even using this anymore, right? I lied, I am. Okay, let's put this in a different... We need a different... Give me a different file. Give me a different file. My entity system, add a class, just call it entity archetype utils. Delete that. Put that there. There's probably a lot of things in here that I need to move now. Yeah. Yeah, that'll do it. That will do it. Oh my Jesus. Okay. Where did I define F archetype at? There it is. Oh, I didn't grab everything. We can probably forward declare entity. We can include that. Okay, are we good here? F my entity. Okay, we do need to strongly include that. Can't forward declare. Okay, now we go in here and make all the boo-boos go away. Okay, are you done throwing a fit? Oh, this needs to be defined elsewhere. That's not the right spot for it. Okay, rest of this looks good. Entity archetype utils generated. Yeah, so nothing is a generated U class or anything. Makes sense. I don't think we need U object either. Archetype is not a member. Right, this is where we forward declare it. Archetype. If I can fucking spell. My god, it even auto-completed. Oh, it's a class. Okay. Now, are we happy now? Bro, I can't change refresh rate on my PC. I have RTX and GNOME is kinda tweaking. I'm crying. Why can't you change the refresh rate? It's no use crying over spilt milk or refresh rate settings. Yeah, I have not seen a single ad on my feedback over here. Okay, I hope this means that I can work on the entity stuff a little faster next time I recompile. Okay, come on. Come on. I tried to look into like some project settings or compilation speed, but everything I changed seemed to not have an effect. Like the Unity build system changes, which is confusing because this is Unreal Engine. Unity means something different in here though. Oh, we're processing entities. Oh shit. That's gonna throw an exception. Wait, entities.num is empty. Okay, hang on. Where did my breakpoint? Oh, my breakpoints all got moved. Well, what the fuck is gnome? I don't know what gnome means. Like, I just changed mine in... Are we stuck? Yeah, we're stuck. Okay. There is some right lock thing happening. I just changed mine through the NVIDIA control panel. How did we get there? I guess let me put my breakpoints back where I had them. Like there, there. There, there. And so yeah, the locking, there is some other thing. I'll have to check what the threads are that were causing that thread lock. What can you do with C++? Same thing you can do with every other language, which is anything. You just have to build it. Okay, so we're going to add an entity. Nothing in there yet. We go here. Component arrays should be empty. And after this, we should have one basically in there. Now, should I put the... I want to see this here. Get here, entity data looks good. We get here, component arrays, what do you look like now? You have like invalid shit here. Like, why is that? Is it actually invalid? The arrays of like the arrays in structs seem to be an issue. Because like this property got copied over correctly. Like, I feel like this is a bug. I feel like there's a bug happening here, which is super annoying. Maybe I shouldn't be moving temp, we'll see. So yeah, copy from. So the source, we have that. Okay, but the copy looks correct here. Like we have stuff in the copy. So maybe it's just the debugger. The debugger isn't showing it properly, which is so frustrating. But that looks like it got copied correctly. So in our destination, right, like we won't have data here yet because we're adding it. This is, I guess I can't really see what type. I can see it's the affability system data, I guess. Is the source. And so let me just go here. So this should have one in one of these. I don't know which one it is. Yeah, it's there, but it's invalid. Parent address is invalid. This one is empty. That makes sense. So after adding all entities, let me do a breakpoint in the spawner here. Okay. Can I take a peek? Where is... I can't just... I have to look here. Entity system. Why are my keys just falling off right now? Hang on. I don't know what F7 does. Oops. Okay, well... Okay, we're thread locked. Where are we thread locked at? Here, and then what else was happening somewhere else? What was happening elsewhere? I don't think I'm not doing anything on the background thread, so... Okay, so why is this right lock fucking up? Add entity data. What am I making? Working on a video. Oh, I see why. Potentially. I'm working on a video game, and I'm writing my own ECS system right now. Trying to work on archetypes. I mean, this is valid information, but we're adding data at runtime, so it's interesting that this is where it's breaking. Because I guess we're already in a lock. Are we? Yes. Yes, we are. We're already in a read lock. That's why. So, do I need to unlock? Also, what kind of fucking archetypes am I passing here? This would have been for state tree processor? Yeah. Matching archetypes. Apparently there's 3 different ones right now. 2 of them are empty. there's all our data. Which looks like very invalid. Yeah, I mean, it's so crazy that like you just can't even see the data really. That one looks fine. What is it? There is no error. This is a thread lock. No errors happening. The program is just frozen because we tried to acquire a write lock when we were already in a read lock scope. Did you use other languages while working on the video game? No, so Unreal Engine is only C++. I'm thinking that we maybe don't, once we get here, we maybe don't care about the read lock, right? I would want to unlock it in this scope or something. And so this gets called for each matching archetype. Okay, so it'll get called multiple times. Is there an archetypal lock? Because I probably only want to... Do I need a read lock here? I'm just going to comment this read lock out. Because we're going to get the query cache. I mean, there are some things that I would need to lock. Archetypes and query cache. So maybe I read lock there instead. That'll give me an array of matching archetypes, which is a new record, but we moved him. Yeah, so that's fine to iterate over. Get component array. Yeah, I think that's fine to iterate over. Let's try that. I could try to do my try wait lock. Okay, it's still 38 fucking things. Oh. All right, and we get this finished before I hop off for the day. Art is easy, try coding. What are you saying that to me? Have you been watching the stream? What do you think you're looking at right now? I wouldn't call my code art. You are watching someone write code. Okay, yeah, we get here. I did want to see like what okay, so that array looks good. Okay. Remove at swap, destroy object. Releasing the we're add entity data, remove, and okay, yeah, so I guess I need to make sure the remove entity is working well now. In general, I'm industry artist, but coding is like black magic. Oh, okay, you were just making, okay, I see what you're saying. You were just making like a statement. But I mean, hey, I look at what artists can do with like 3D modeling and textures and animations and all, you know, all that stuff. And I'm like, I could never do that. It would take me forever to do that. So I think artists are impressive as well. It's just a different discipline. Okay, so yeah, we remove entity here. Okay, so what's happening? What's happening? I have one goddamn entity. I am adding a piece of entity data to make him move. Good. We are remove entity from this archetype. We are going through the component arrays. Perform the swap and pop on all component arrays. Which one are we on? Of course I can't tell which one we're actually on here. I guess I can here. We are on state tree instance data. Ooh. Yeah, okay. Because we are currently in a state tree task. I don't know if we're going to be able to add entity data in the middle of a processor. We would really need to make sure the move temps are on fucking point. Which, am I using this one at all anymore? Not that we get reached. We are move temping. But then this one is not a ref. Can this be a ref? Same with this. That data, am I using that one? I am. Which is really now just add data. I think we're probably... I don't know why the error is happening, but I think we shouldn't be doing copies because it's weird. We're like pulling the rug out from underneath our state tree processor is I think what's happening here. Are we destructing the state tree entity data? Is that where we're having the... Yeah, we are. Yes, we are. This is the state tree, yeah. So we remove at swap. Yeah, what do you do after you've move temped? You know, like, what do you do with the old data? Can this work? Let's rebuild here. Does this work? Coding's not easy. You are an artist. I appreciate your kind words. Okay, we can't do that. I want to trade brains. Art comes so easy for me, but I need to learn coding now. Doing BP, it's mad hard, dude. Hey, we can swap back and forth if you want. I'll take some art. I'll take some art chops, you know, create some assets. Why can't I do... Can I do const t here? Surely that's not going to be correct. There's no way that that's going to work, right? Oh, I need to get the mutable pointer, right? Or... How would I just get the memory? How would I just get memory? Actually, that kind of did work, didn't it? Interesting. Okay, so that kind of worked, actually. So why is this one mad? It's because it's const, but we can still move temp on it? That's a little... Why can I do that? I feel like I shouldn't be able to do that. I'm going to put it in this array where it's going to be non-const. Move temp called with a const object. Okay, that's what I fucking thought. Okay. Okay, let's just get memory here. Get memory. I don't know. It's a pointer. So do I need to like cast it here? I probably do. Type source data source index. Why can't I do ref here? Because this is a const component from source. Okay, yeah, it can't be const when I pass it in here. If I need to copy it. That just can't. We can't have that. Oh, I need to change the base one. Yeah. There we go. And then probably where that's used from. New component data. Maybe that shouldn't be ref either, or const either. We'll see. We shall see. Okay, yeah, so cannot convert from, yeah, so we're just gonna get a pointer, a void pointer, which I think we just cast to, I think we just do something like this, T pointer, and then can we, kind of a weird syntax there, can we do that? Cast it to a T pointer, then dereference it and move it. Is that fine? That's such a weird syntax. I mean, it makes sense. I've just never seen that done before. Let me see. Let me do a Control Shift F here. Nope. Oh, there is. Okay. They do that in the engine. Okay. Yeah, just cast and give me the raw memory. Now we get to wait and see what happens here. So yeah, this remove at swap is still going to be questionable as to what lives in this data. Okay, finally. Okay, so that worked. That compiled, but will it run without exception? Right, do it. Oh, it's running without, nothing is happening, but it is running without exception. Okay, let's start debugging then. Did we actually, are our entities actually being added now? So I guess I need to, let's peek right there, both of those, probably right there as well. Attributes are empty here. I don't think that's right. But the debugger has lied to me before. Look in here. Yeah, very invalid looking, but it usually does that. Again with empty attributes. Yeah, the attributes are invalid. Okay. What does it all mean? What does it all mean, Basil? What does it all mean? We've got some information here. Some things are happening. Go here. Interesting. Okay, so none of the arrays are happening properly. I guess we'll see if that spawns like components. Okay, yeah, so none of like, okay, so not everything is getting copied properly. Like, how do I, if I move temp on an item in an array, like, does it not move all of its underlying array data? Do I need to manually do that? Do I need to write the move semantics like manually? And also, what the hell is happening right now? Like, is anything happening? Process entities. I guess we need to breakpoint the for each function. Matching archetypes is empty. Interesting. It's not empty here. Naharis. Welcome in. Started coding in 12 May 2025. I wish I could download your knowledge. Well, there is ChatGPT. Okay, so do we do call this? I guess we're just not calling. I guess I did do it in the move to processor, so that just like didn't need to do nothing. What should I? Let's look at state tree. Is that running? That should probably always be running. Yeah, we are calling it. So yeah, that processor just wasn't running. How's doing? Doing well. Doing's good. Yeah, these are all empty though. This, what is the archetype here? Component arrays. It is C++. This is Unreal Engine. Let me see here. Why am I seeing no data? Where's my velocity processor? Velocity. Are you getting, is anything getting ran properly? No. The answer is no. The answer is no. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Why? What change did I make that made it to where there's like no data, basically? And like this should be running with something. Get entities is index to entity map. There is one in there, as there should be. And which entity ISM processor. Yeah, okay, that one, this one's running. Some of them are not, though. Like the state tree one did not have information in it. Why not? Archetype. Huh. Wait, does it now? It does now. Okay, it didn't. Okay, now it's empty. Now it's empty. Scope name function. Uref and invoke. Matching archetypes. There's of which there are 3. What is the? I can't even see the archetype here. For each archetype. Oh, right. We're getting called with empty ones. Okay, yeah, okay. So let's do this. We can do a if get entities. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that way we're not going to get some errant breakpoints and stuff. Okay, that makes sense. But probably entity representation processor is going to be important to look at as to why we can't see anything. So we will look there next. LOD data, probably LOD processor. LOD processor, there we go. Yes, that does be needing to happen for the entity representations. Okay, are we building? Okay, we're building. I'm seeing high now CPP in college. Is pretty cool, but the learning process is extremely difficult. Yeah, C++ is quite the verbose language. That's quite picky, but quite powerful. Okay, please. I just want to see an entity walking around before I get off for the day. That's all I want. Okay, yeah, let's see. Yeah, this is an issue. This is an issue. But I guess it's not breaking anything. We're just not, it's just not adding entities properly. Oh, component classes has things in it now. Oh, you know what I bet it was? There's probably some empty archetypes. Okay, so we did get in there. Okay, it's good. We're good. We're good. Oh, that is a copy. That is not correct. That's bad. Don't do that. Is it code for an Unreal Engine project? Yes, it is. Part is that once you learn it, it becomes a lot of fun. When language migration seems like an amusement park, for example. Supposed to Python is like going back to elementary school. Well, they're just different tools, right? They're just different tools for different jobs. I wouldn't want to do a quick script in C++ by any means. Right? Okay, so what are we seeing here? Let's see if we get here or here. I want to know. Neither. Current LOD is 0. I wonder if the avatar data class is now. Can I hack you? No, thank you. No, thank you. So I guess there is he like right up next to me? Let me go. Entity representation processor. Are we getting here? Velocity. Okay, thank you. No, we're not. Where is he? Where is this entity? Oh dear. Can't even see the entity data. He is doing things. Oh my god, he is actually moving. He just doesn't have a representation. Interesting. I can't see any of the entity data. That's not why did that break? Why did that break? Oh, because this doesn't work anymore. Yeah. Element value copy func. Yeah, that's not going to work anymore. Wait, why is that? What did I just change? Such that I can't do that. Do I also work in Unity Engine? No. No, I don't. Okay, so yeah, we can't get all entity data. That's not breaking anything at the moment except for my ability to debug things. VAT asset, is there some property that I forgot to set? Either one I forgot to set or that's not getting set properly. So further debugging is required. Where's the proxy actor? Yeah, I do want to see that. Oh, we're just not even. Oh yeah, because we're not vlogging at the moment. So why would we get there? That doesn't make sense. Entity data's empty. So get a dispatcher. Do we even get here? No, we don't, because we're not. Oh, because we're not using that register function anymore. So there's the register in here. Is it? Yeah. Okay, so we need to update that. Okay, so that'll help us debug. Member function can be made static. Okay. I don't mind that. Why did that? Oh, because I'm calling it from in here. So I can't call that from here. Where is the other static one from? Let me see that. I guess so we have the type ID to struct. Let's just use that. Or we have struct to type ID. So I guess we can go, rather than relying on our old ones, we can do get g struct to type ID. Find, well, I guess just for each. There. What would we do here? Get archetype ID for types. Is there a way I can check? Is there anything built in that can check easily for existing types on an entity? I guess entity locations? Could iterate over entity locations, I think. Defined entity. Get all entity data. So what do we do here? We use the data struct to like get the... I mean, that's just using the copy thing. Where's the regular get entity data? Record find the component types. Okay, let's grab me this. Entity. Now get data type. I guess I need to, if find no, we want the get g struct to type ID. Or get type ID to struct. I can get the component types. If we're gonna so we iterate over these types. For each one of these data type IDs. All data. I guess, can I make a... Can I get component array? So I get component array for that type, but that's a... I can get component arrays maybe is a better. So we have to iterate over each component array as well. Or I should probably just do that. Component array. Or this is like pair or whatever. Pair dot value get as instance record row index, and then we add that. Nice. Yeah, that makes sense. And we just make struct. Okay. I should change that one too. Let's do that next. We're gonna build that and then I guess we'll work on this. This is probably going to be the same thing. Get component, but I guess there's no way. So I can get component types by the set and do from the global. Yeah. Okay, I think I can do this as well. We want to do this for the entity, and then record, archetype, component types, and then I would want to get. I would need to check if it contains first. Okay, well that's fucking broken. Well, yeah, that'll do that. That'll do that. So we'll say, let's get the script struct. So we'll need the f data type ID equal data type ID equals. Is that right for data struct? Can I just do that? Did we make that function? We did. Get type ID. Cool. Cool. Okay, so we can do if this component types contains data type ID, return find checked. Well, I guess we can just find, right? So we can do auto component array, is it? Wait, component type. We find. Oh, I guess component arrays dot find, because that's a map. Component array pointer. And then we put that there. Or do I have to dereference it first or something? Yeah. Yeah, okay. Try that. Oh boy. Oh yeah, that was wrong. Okay, so I can get rid of this whole file now, probably. Which is good, because this one's a lot cleaner. Okay, it's working. It's working. So now we can, at the very least, debug. You can see our debug data. Hopefully all that works. Just compiling a fucking snail right now. I'm a beginner and I want to start coding. Which language do you suggest? I think like the three people start with are either like Python, JavaScript, or Java. Those are like probably the starter languages. Kind of depends on what you want to do. If you want to get into web development, I would go with JavaScript. If not, pick one of the other two. Okay, run. Okay, we have nothing. As expected. Do I have entity data? I do. Okay. Software engineer. Yeah, but like what kind of, he's working. He is working. Let me look here. Avatar data. Oh, he's got no actor representation. ISM none. He's also not being added as an ISM. Oh, none of this data looks correct. Yeah, a lot of that data doesn't look correct. He is moving. Let's start with LOD data. LOD processor. The component array LOD data. Yeah, let's go here. I'm putting B is processing false in. No, I'm not. I did that outside the array. Okay. Let's go here. Okay, we're not hitting that at all. We're not hitting that at all. Well, that might make sense. Okay, this did I unpaused? He's running some processors. What the heck? Wait, open the. Okay, that got cleared. Okay, so he's fucking running right now. But we are not processing the processors. LOD processor is there. It's currently okay, so I'm not setting it false. Wait, where am I setting it? What am I doing? B is processing. That gets set to false. Why don't we ever get there? I mean, I can move it outside. And we'll restart. Restart. Okay, so we are getting there. Entities, yay, okay. Okay, so there's some there's some that just aren't running. This one is now running. LOD data. The LODs are empty. Oh my god. So they didn't get copied over correctly. So we're back to kind of fucking square one here. Why are you not getting copied over correctly? It's invalid. So, yeah, the instant struct nested arrays I think need to be manually copied over. I think there's a bug or something. And I don't know what else. Do I need to make them U properties or something? It is a U property. So now did the components get figured out on the proxy actor data? Let's go to some processor on the proxy actor data. Okay, we have some here. Proxy actor data. Component classes is empty. Proxy actor. The components are in here somewhere. I saw them get added once properly before. Yeah, I don't know. Where are those stored at? I thought they were on Actor somewhere. Owned components. Okay. Replicated components. ASC inventory equipment and anim queue. Okay, so I think that got added. So maybe it's when they move archetypes or something that they go in that. Okay. That doesn't explain why we're not... I guess we don't have any LOD info to switch on or something. When we have tools like Lovable AI, I'm not familiar with that can code an entire website with a few prompts, what skills should we focus on? Good question. That's a good question. Like, you still need to understand how to write code. Like, the AI is never, you know, even if it can do an entire website and a few prompts, it's never going to be perfect at everything, I don't think. There is always going to need to be someone who can go in and figure it out. I don't think there's any reason not to learn programming. I don't know that anything has changed in terms of what to focus on. I think that, you know, what to focus on is you know, what skills should you focus on are entirely dependent on you as a person. And what you're interested in and what your goals are. Maybe AI just makes you have different goals. Maybe your goals are just a bit different. Now, how to print an array in ascending order? Do you think I'm ChatGPT? You iterate over it and print it. If you want it ordered, you can do a sort method on it. Like, every language has some form of it. Some languages have a dot join that you can use to build it into a string. I'm not sure what language you're talking about, though. Okay, so I need to figure out this stupid nested array thing not copying. I am new and trying to do it. Yeah, I still don't know what language you're using, so I cannot really answer it for you. But the general approach is that you would sort the array first, and then you would iterate over it and call the print statement. Either build a string while you're iterating over it, or you just print out each line as you iterate. Or you can use some built-in methods like toString. toString can potentially, in some languages, figure out how to render an array. It's an archetype. I was fucking looking for something. And it was in, wait, is it in? Yeah, it's in here. JS. Yeah, I mean, you should be able to figure it out from what I told you. .sort, .join. Console.log print. We are moving temp. Add from instance. Where is this? What are we doing here? That never gets hit. That never gets hit. I'm gonna restart. I'm gonna restart this run. Let's stop. And then let's put a breakpoint here, I suppose. Are the LOD datas ever valid? Okay, so and then we go here. Is it do we ever have LODs? No. Okay, let me make sure that there are actually some in the archetype to spawn. Oh, there's fucking not. Yeah, no wonder. No wonder. Now I need to make sure that everything's like copied over correctly. Okay, all right. I thought there was a bug. User error. User error. Okay, exception. Attached data is null. Did I add that? I wish I could see. Attached data is null. Yeah, I guess I'll just wrap this. This is getting ugly. Okay, I guess I can just say if there's no attached data. I think this is probably something that's just happening temporarily. They should all have attached data. Maybe it just wasn't getting added well. Attachment entity data is there on the old one. It's not here. I forgot one. Well, yep. My entity archetype. Yeah, this is the downside of this approach. I wonder if I should use this as a registration, or if I could. Is there a way to do that? I'm not sure. We're getting close. We are getting close. Okay. Attachment entity data. Ability, attachment, avatar, colony. Okay, let's just, we'll just go and see what happens. Go. Okay, we finally got there. We are adding an ISIN. There he is. There he is. He's not moving. He's not moving. We got a lot of red here. We have a lot of red. Could not find eat food query item in inventory. Okay, he's apparently hungry right now. Wait, why is that? What is your... Okay, that state's a little broken. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that his ability system attributes did not get added properly. Yeah, he doesn't have... There's a lot of data he does not have. Okay. Well, does he move at all? Okay, now he's not spawning at all. Wait, what? The fuck? He's like over there. I'm gonna be so mad if LOD data is not there still. Please be there. Okay, so it worked once. It worked once. I am editing the default object. That's why it's not there. Oh shit. Okay. I should not be moving temp probably on set data, which is actually add data. That's why that worked once and only once, and why it seemed like I did not add it. We're getting the raw memory. You're going to add it as a copy. I hope that is successful. Why would I? How? I'm not clearing the LOD data, though, actually. I'm not editing the LOD data. I know something weird is happening with that memory. Yeah, I don't think we should be doing a move temp. So. Okay. My god, this compile time is still so bad. So bad. Maybe I should move the component array things out as well. Although I'm not... That's the thing that's like imported into all the things, so... Probably wouldn't... yeah, I mean, it is extracted out, so yeah, that doesn't help at all. That doesn't help at all, actually. Okay, let's go back and copy LOD data. Oh, Are you correct? Yes, you have information. Yay. There he is. A lot of your data is still not correct. Yep. Okay, so yeah, a lot of your data is incorrect. So I'm going to stop. Start. Okay, that was the issue. That was the issue. Okay. That's where I'm going to call it for today. So I'm going to figure out the rest of those issues. But I got to get going because I'm hungry and I'm tired and I need a break. But thank you all for joining me. Let's see who's streaming. We'll hit Cavino. We'll hit Cavino because he's on YouTube as well. I'm going to send you guys over to Mr. Cavino. I got to set up like the live redirects here. Let me hit the live redirects. Okay. Apparently I can redirect to my own videos, which is interesting. Okay, so those are set up. But yeah, thanks everyone for hanging out with me today. I felt productive. There's a lot of troubleshooting, but I felt productive. I was hoping to get this system ironed out. I think for the most part it is. I just got to figure out why some of my data is no good, no bueno. So I feel good about it. I should be back on tomorrow for a pretty good stream. I am off work tomorrow, which is great. So I hope to see you all then. And thanks again, everyone.